Africans like Maku, because they obviously came from the Antarctic. Yeah, obviously. What was that? What's up, Betty? Terry toes. Yeah, terry toes. If you could write in English, okay, all white Wendy, fancy getting cream pied. Yeah, okay then, terry toes. Yeah, whatever, terry toes. But who else is fed up of this talk, this constant anti-white, anti-British, anti-UK, anti-English rubbish that these channels are coming out with? Yeah. I am. Oh, we've got some people. Who have we got? Sorry, I didn't see you guys there. Betty?
Hi. Hi, Wendy.
Hi, love. Hi. Well.
Hello.
Hi, girl.
Hi, ladies squad, handbag squad.
Yeah. So
we have another bitch up, Betty, and get ourselves into trouble again.
like last night.
Yeah, didn't get upset with me and Betty yesterday. Yeah.
Can I just say that I meant every word I said about no neck. No neck. No neck. I meant every word.
But have you noticed how she doesn't mind using that word slave?
But you know what's funny? She says she was mocking a Nigerian accent of Hector, Uncle Hector. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So she's mocking Nigerian people. Obviously, my dad had an accent very similar to what Hector has. I take offense to that. And she's got the barefaced cheek to say she can insult Nigerians, but then she says that we're insulting her because we said that she's light-skinned and that she looks mixed. The hypocrisy is real. And she threatened Uncle Hector's son. The fucking cheek of it.
But the thing is, she's now saying that she's St. Lucian, that she's not, that she's Jamaican. So what is she?
Oh, she's moving it now.
Yeah. So I said this to Hector. I said, I thought she said she was Nigerian before.
No.
Yeah.
I think I've heard her say she does move goalposts.
Yeah, now she's got Lady Divine defending her, saying, "Oh, she's St. Lucian, and that's how they look."
Now, Lady Divine can shut up as well, because Lady Divine is another one that was chatting about Nigerians and then coming on telling us that we can't talk on St. Lucia's. Fuck off, fam. I'll talk on whatever I want. She can talk of Nigerians and Nigeria, and we're going to talk on St. Lucia. End of. Yeah? She's a hypocrite, both of them. We're not. She talks down to us. She's not our parents. We're grown.
The thing is, she can't. I don't care what anyone says. Right? Look, that night when I was drunk, I'm not proud of it. I'm not proud of it. It was a Christmas period, and I'm entitled to drink if I want to drink. Right? At the start of the conversation, I wasn't drunk. I was sipping as I went along, so I got more drunk as I went along. And but the thing is, even if I insult her daughter, if she insulted my kid back, that's fine. But then to go to threatening violence on a child, and now she's denying it. It's just ridiculous. She did make that threat. We all know. We all heard her make the threat, and to make out that she didn't, and that it was my elder children. No, that's a lie. It's a complete lie. We all know it was. We all know
it was directed at your 14-year-old son.
Yeah,
but the
thing is, Wendy, I'm not the first person she's threatened with violence. She's always saying she's going to go and stab people up, or smash their face in, or jump in an Uber.
She's been going up to Manchester for a year in an Uber to beat Betty up, and she ain't got there yet, has she? She's still.
It's ridiculous.
She threatened Hawaii. She even threatened Jedi. She threatened Emmanuel. Yeah, she did, because I've got the copies of all these threats. The only one I haven't got a copy of is the Emmanuel one, but I've a copy of her threats. I just keep it on my computer for future reference.
I don't know. I think yesterday she exposed herself though as somebody that's very not only condescending. I mean, people go on about white privilege and stuff, right? But that
Mm.
girl must really believe that she's the center of the universe. She wouldn't let anyone else talk. Spoke over 'em,
I know.
kept telling them, shut up, 1 minute, 1 minute, 1 minute. Oh, but you're being unfair. Just let me finish. Just a half hour later, we're still waiting for her to finish.
God, can you imagine living with that? Can you? You know,
You know what? And one of the things, because I wanted to ask you, Jupiter, and your husband, because you are married, the legal definition of the word bastard is a child that's born out of wedlock. So I know Uncle Hector is an old man, and I'm thinking, this is just my opinion, is Uncle Hector saying the word bastard because her children are illegitimate and he's had children in wedlock?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Ah.
Yeah, that's what I thought it was, because I thought that's the same thing with you, because this is what older people tend to do. You know, if your children are born out of wedlock, you are bastards. That is the legal definition. So, you know, she should read the definition, the law's dictionary of definition of what that term is.
Yeah.
But what I think we should talk about is ice cream gate, because I haven't been able to sleep because of ice cream gates. Yeah. You know, Jupiter, the fact that your kids go to the shop to get ice cream, it seems very important in all of this, doesn't it?
Yeah, well, this is what I don't understand. I'm really jealous of her because her daughter had ice cream, right? But then she said in the same statement that I mentioned that my children had ice cream. The only thing I can think of is when I've mentioned that my kids go to meet their friends at Casper's, which is an ice cream parlor.
Oh, right, okay.
And so obviously that's got up their nose. I don't know what it is, Wendy. I think they keep looking at my children as some sort of like standard that they've got to aspire to, or that I'm saying my kids are better than their kids. Now, let me just put it this way. I don't think my children are better than anybody else's, other than in the sense of every other mother. Every mum is proud of their own children.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? But I don't go out of my way to go, oh, your kid's got this and mine hasn't. And that's what she was doing. She was doing that for a good 20 minutes. And in the end, I went, yeah, she sounds like a sport bitch. I was being sarcastic.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
And you were drunk. But there was no need for her to carry on the way she did.
She could have equally have said to me, well, I think your kid's a spoiled little bastard or whatever, and I would have just took it on the chin. But to say that she wants to turn up at my house and smash up my 14-year-old. Now, and the thing is, she's saying, oh, I'll put my kids up front. Let me just put it this way. No one's going to get to even my fucking 34-year-old before going through me or Exeter.
Well, of course. Yeah.
No one.
Doesn't matter how old they are.
So she's talking nonsense. She's talking nonsense. And I'll tell you what, she's a silly girl. I don't believe that she will turn up at my house. But if she does, she'll be a very silly girl. That's all I'm going to say.
Well, you've got to remember she's in property management also. That seems to make a difference.
Oh, I don't believe anything she says. I don't believe anything she says. There was one night over on Respect where they were going through all my photos, right? And he's made this big song and dance about people have gone down his Facebook and took his photos when his Facebook was open. Now, my Facebook was closed. They went and took photos from mine. I don't know how they done it, but they did. Yeah. So they can't even complain about that. Respect used my photos for ages that I never gave him permission to use going down my Facebook.
Well, of course. He does all kinds of things, and she sits there, getting herself involved in things that has nothing, like this Sabida and Respect thing. What actually does it have to do with her?
Nothing. Absolutely nothing. I mean, me and Sabida have had our clashes, right? Because I have got that kind of personality. I clash with other dominant females, kind of, and I think after a while, then it settles, like it has done with me and you and me and Betty. I think after a while we get to understand each other and we just settle. So I've got no favourites in that war. But I'll tell you something. The way that they've treated Zubida, I think, is absolutely disgusting. The things they've said about her, the way they're rounding on the women. No, it's always seems to be the women that he's targeting. He ain't brave enough to do the men. I mean, he might do Tommy Robinson, who's a sort of like elusive figure,
Yeah.
that probably ain't even got a clue what he's saying because he's not interested. He never seems to target, apart from Real and Maggie for some reason. But apart from that, I've never seen him target anybody else. I mean, for instance, Real brought up a thing on his show recently where he said that there was that man that openly admitted that he would marry a 6-year-old and sleep with a 9-year-old.
Oh yeah, that guy down at the park. Yeah.
Yeah. He didn't target that man. He didn't go on about. He didn't go on about that man.
Well, no, he wouldn't. No. It's like, I mean, Betty, what on earth has happened with you and Raspect? Because I feel the hatred. It seems real coming from him.
Well, yeah, because I think he thought when we had our truce, I think he thought that I would never call him out again and that I'd never criticize him. But I think also because he knows that I've got quite a lot of evidence on him because it's going back since 2016. So he knows that
okay.
he knows that I would go to the police about him. He knows that I don't care about him.
Yeah. Well, this is the thing, isn't it? This is what I said on my channel the other day. Everybody who's trying to scapegoat me and say that I've caused all this trouble, they're forgetting that he was doing this to female individuals before I even turned up.
Yeah.
I can remember one of my first times on the panel on Respects was when they were shouting abuse at Wendy. They were shouting abuse. Do you remember when an old grandpa was shouting at you about you being
when he called me a cracker, and I thought he was on about Jacob's cream crackers.
Yeah, I'd have to tell Wendy what it actually meant.
Yeah.
You know, and I've got a bit of a vivid imagination. I must admit that when I'm talking to these faceless people, I've got a scene in my head. And to me, that day, I felt like Wendy was sitting on a chair and all these people were just coming into the room to scream abuse at her. That's what it felt like for me sitting at home.
Yeah,
and
disgusting.
Not only on that day, a similar thing I felt like it when it was Chartel, when I was on Real's panel and they did the Muslims did that to Chartel as well.
Yeah.
Oh, right. Okay.
And that's the image I get. And to me, it was like, oh my God, they're fucking all surrounding her, screaming at her. Because that's what my head was kind of translating as what was going on, even though you weren't. You were panels away from each other. You know, I mean, you're sitting in your own front rooms and that, but that's what it makes you feel like. And I don't know. And then there was the time that I see Betty. Do you remember the time when they went on at you about your colour, your skin colour?
Yeah. Yes. I do.
Because I tried to bring this up the other day, and Billy said it's never happened. He's never seen finest going on about skin colour and associating who's better and who's not, about how pure they are and what colour they've got and everything else. But she does it all the time.
Yeah, she does. What happened was there was about a year ago before she disappeared. There was my friend Jarena, and Jarena went on Raspet's channel, and then Finest Wine did her normal, poking the nose in. They got into some confrontation, and Jarena went, "You sound like you're mixed race. You don't sound like you're black." And then she went, "No, I'm black. I'm blacker than black. She's dark." Yeah. And that's when I don't know how Jarena knew that she wasn't like black, but she just said she knew, and that's when she started that I'm black. That's how I was expecting her to be like dark skin, like Uncle. And then when I found out that she was this, I was like,
well, I'm not gonna lie, I was shocked. But not only was I shocked that she's lighter skinned, I was shocked at how unattractive she is. And I'm not saying I'm the best, I'm the prettiest person in the world or an oil painting or anything like that, but the way she used to go on about how fine she was and how gorgeous she was, and everything else, it was a real big shock for me to see that she actually looked like a fish with frog eyes. I'm not joking.
I know. I know.
Yeah.
I thought she was going to be a beauty queen. The way she was
going. Me and all, the way she was going on, I was expecting this really sort of like dark-skinned woman with fine bone structure. Do you know what I mean? Because there are some beautiful black women out there.
Yeah.
And and I was expecting her to be sort of like a real African beauty, and she she sort of like was just like a washed up frog, with a fish pout.
I know, this is it.
She's definitely mixed race between a fish and a frog. Let's put it that way.
But when I looked at, and this is another thing that annoyed me, when Lady Divine was moaning and said, "Don't look, you didn't look at St. Lucia," and I did. It says St. Lucia's demographic is 90% are people of African descent, but the 10% is half of it is Afro-European and then Afro-Indian.
Yeah.
So there is a chance that she has Indian in her, or Carib, whatever they want to call that Indian.
Well, this is what Hector was pointing out to her yesterday. Was it yesterday or it might have been this afternoon? I'm not sure. He was speaking to Lady Divine. He said to Lady Divine, look, listen, you keep going on about, oh, this pure Jamaican and everything else, and you're going on about the St. Lucians and everything else. What about Coolio? He said that, what is it? Coolie, sorry. Coolie.
Yeah,
He said that that's an insult in your own country, and you know why you do it. He said you do it because they're not pure blood. So what are you going on about?
Yeah. The word cooler, it normally means someone of African, Indian descent in the Caribbean. But apparently, I think Raj said it was those dark skinned Indians that have like black skin like us. Yeah, but they have the straight hair and the wavy hair in India.
Yeah.
The British brought them and put them in the Caribbean because it means servant in India.
Yeah, see, that's what I mean. It's an insult, isn't it? Really, you're calling them a slave. Around that one.
Yeah, this is it. But you know what? They think we're stupid. They think that we don't know how to read. Think that we've never come across, Caribbean folk.
Well, I do know they weren't happy last night with you two, were they? Oh, God.
No.
I thought they were going to literally implode on themselves.
But even honestly, my brother's sister and my brother's wife is as light as finest, and she's a full-blooded Nigerian. And they all get called albino. If you're a light-skinned black person like that, you'll get called albino, mixed, whatever. It's not germane to being Caribbean. If you are a light-skinned black person, someone's going to say you're mixed, and she'll just have to deal with it.
Yeah,
it's not the end of the world.
The thing is, right, that it's people like that finest wine that perpetuate this angry black woman image, and she doesn't even understand, but she's the type that's actually because people like Lady Divine who get angry, right? They're justified in getting angry because their anger is at the right moment. Do you know what I mean? It's when they're being insulted, and I get angry like that. So I can't say that there's any difference. But when you see someone like Finest who just wants to cause a row, get angry, argue with everyone for the sake of arguing, she is the kind of woman that they're talking about, and she's the one giving people stigmas. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah. But she's not about this life, she's not about the YouTube life.
It's awful. I tell you what, she is awful. And do you know what? I'm not going to say that I want to get into fucking violence with anybody, but she needs to stop shouting her mouth off. I'm telling you, she really needs to, because there's people who's been listening, right? Who have been started to get really offended now. Get really offended.
Exactly.
Especially when they've started calling Real a pedo and saying that anyone who sat on his panel is a pedo apologist. My kids are furious. I had to calm them down the other day. One of my sons rang up and he said, "Oh, right, that's it. They've gone too far now, Mum."
Well,
and I said, "No,
they don't take responsibility for what they say or do." Jupiter. Hello, Sophia.
Hello. Hi, everyone.
You come to the new women's corner.
Yeah, to join in about this stupid wine, that pocket change wine. Seriously. Do you know, it was so funny. The other, I don't know if everyone was watching it. She was on Belly's chat. No, was it Belly's channel? She was on someone's channel, like calling up 101. Like acting like she cared about children. And I don't even believe that was 101 on the call.
No. Can any of you guys remember Tash? That Tash, it was her.
Wendy, yeah.
I see your video, Wendy, and I think you're bang on the money there.
Yeah, it was definitely her, because what that idiot wine did was she rang 101 to the point where they said, "Hello, welcome to the Metropolitan whatever police, yeah, hung up, and then everything went quiet for a while, and then all of a sudden this Tash arrives on the phone. Yeah, she sounded just like that woman Tash, and the
I know,
advice
it's unbelievable.
the advice was not the way police talk.
I couldn't believe that there was a operator that was saying, "Oh, well, just give me a second. Let me consult with my."
They don't.
Like they have everything on the computer, on the books and stuff. They don't have to nudge their colleagues in the middle of a call. Like,
Well, the thing is, Sophia, standard answer to anything. If the police receive an allegation, they're going to investigate it. It doesn't mean to say they're going to find someone guilty.
No.
Do you know what I mean? So
They're not going to go
something-
into the They're not going to go into the realms of bloody grooming, neither on a phone call. One
Nah.
phone call.
No, but what was so interesting about that conversation is that she failed to mention what exactly was said, because all she said was, "Oh, like, what would the police do if I said someone was making an inappropriate, like, paedophilic comment to children? Like, what would the police do?" She
Yeah.
didn't actually say what Real said. So she was going on like Real had like said something extremely like inappropriate to children.
Yeah, but because she had to be ambiguous, because she knew if she was truthful, they would say, well, those words are actually negative. It's anti-paedophilic. You see, this is what they're not getting. It doesn't matter whether Real said it in a trolling manner or whatever. We can say that was inappropriate and immature of him to troll kids. Yeah, right? But the actual words he used were anti-paedophilia, not pro-paedophilia. So what are they going to charge him with?
Oh God, no, it's just
You mustn't go around warning children about paedophilia.
Exactly, it's nuts.
Yeah.
it's just an attention thing.
The way they think is just some of these people online. I don't know. It's really retarded.
She's just a narcissist. I was on Veli's show, like basically calling her out. And then she started talking to me about her vagina. And I was like,
yes, she did, didn't she?
she started to like tell me about how she was in labor for 22 hours and she's a mom. And I was like, you're going on like you're the only person who ever pushed out a baby. I don't care about your stink vagina. Like,
When did that happen?
That happened the same night that she called 101. Oh, and then she started to say, but my hair's real. It's real. I got my lashes.
I know.
Yeah, I got my real nails. Yeah.
Tell Hector, like Hector's bothered. Hector said, fuck off, I wouldn't want her near me with a particle.
She goes on like she has racks of money, but I don't know any rich woman that doesn't have a car. Like, she gets Ubers everywhere. And she kept saying that her kid goes to the cinema. And I was thinking, wow,
it's some big deal.
What a lavish life you live. Like, I don't actually have to announce when I'm going to the cinema or when I'm going to
Well, I just said to her, she was going on about that, and I just said to her, because I knew I could say it and trump her, I just said to her, well, if my kids want to go cinema, I'll send them to the grandmothers where they've got their own cinema room. Then, I've got my own cinema room. That made me really laugh.
But you know what I've noticed as well? She does, I don't know what is going on with her and her daughter, but what she tries to do is say every single time someone mentioned her child and insulted her child. And she lies and said that, oh, Betty insulted her child. I never insulted her child. And she goes on, like Sophia says, like she's the only woman that ever gave birth and the only woman that can be a mother.
Yeah.
I don't know how she can be a mother because she's been online for more than 4 days. All night,
juggling 4 jobs,
and looking after property. Yeah,
she's been mopping her way through life, and now she suddenly comes out as like a businesswoman of 4 companies. And like, it's just ridiculous. I don't believe a word that she says. Like, she's just like a drunk parrot.
Did you hear her? Did you hear her get upset because she went on Naifas and said that? Well, Betty lied. Betty said that. Betty tried to shame me and out me, but I don't mind if everyone knew what I look like, but last night she told Zabida that she was really upset that Zabida dropped her picture and her video. So she is scared. She didn't want her face showing.
But the thing, like, I look at, she doesn't really, she has like a bit of a hunchback and like no neck.
Yeah.
But she's been like,
Be honest though, Sophia, there are men out there that will poke anything, but they won't fucking go near a woman that don't stop talking.
No, but I know, like, she could be talking and someone could walk off and she was still talking, not knowing anything. But the problem with her is that she's been online, like, talking as if she's like, I don't know, like Miss, where is she from again?
St. Lucia.
Yeah, like she's going on like she's a Miss St. Lucia pageant queen.
Yeah.
This is it.
So I think like that's the problem that people have. If you get exposed and you're like,
come on, Sophia,
I'm
not just saying it. If they would put you next to her, right?
Oh yeah, I agree.
Would say that you win the crown for beauty out of the two of you. I mean, come on, she's just taking a piss. She honestly is.
But she's not. She's average. I wouldn't say she's ugly, but she's average. She's not like Halle Berry. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
No, of course not.
She told me there was one time that I was on there and she was calling me an old tag, this, that, and the other, which I couldn't care less, to be honest, because I'm happy with my partner. I'm not looking for a man, so that does me a favour. She was exactly in some of these ones online. One of them approached me, it scared me. I'm not going to lie. She was doing all that, but she was going on, and I'm finest, and I can bring people right now that can vouch for me how beautiful I am, and all this. What kind of person says all that shit?
exactly. Like if you're beautiful.
Yeah.
Like you just know it and you don't actually have to put it in your YouTube name, like finest wine, like you don't have to go on about yourself. It's just hilarious. She's a businesswoman, but she must be rocking up to the business meeting in Ubers because she doesn't have a car. So like, does anyone know any professional businesswoman that comes in?
No,
she's just like she's just a backseat type of person.
Did anyone hear her story about when someone tried to touch her up in the off license and how she smashed up 2 bottles of wine and threatened them and said back off? And she was walking backwards to the taxi, to the Uber. Did none of you hear it? Oh my God, it's hilarious. Apparently,
tell them it, Jupiter. Tell them.
Well, apparently she said that she was going out one evening and she had to go into the off license. I can't remember what she was going to buy. But she went in there and this man had been staring at her outside. He followed her into the shop and she was walking around and he put out his hand to touch her. So she threw the card rail at him, right? She took down the shelving unit. She used that to block the way. He then got a bottle of wine and smashed it on the floor. And all this while, the bloke there wasn't saying anything. The shop owner, he was just watching it all. Now, you tell me any shop owner, yeah, that's not going to fucking start moaning when you start smashing up their produce, right? So she smashed the first bottle of wine and threatened the bloke, and she thought he pulled down. So she went to pay for her stuff, but the bloke come for her again, like went near her again. She grabbed another bottle, smashed it, and backed off out of the doorway, like putting the smashed bottle towards him, telling him to back off, and she made her way to the Uber.
Like, although she told that story, I bet you that was a fake story because she lies so much. Just like 4 days ago, she was like, I'm not about this YouTube live. But then she was online for 72 hours the past 4 days.
Yeah, exactly.
So she is about this YouTube live.
What has she got to hide though? Because what I noticed that she was really upset. She was really like, "Oh, Sabita, how can you do that? I didn't do anything to you. I was trying to help you." She's very afraid of having identity revealed. So she obviously has got in trouble with the law before. I'd be very surprised if she doesn't have a criminal record. Whether it's
she comes across like really self-conscious because I even heard her say, oh, my hair's even longer now than it is in that video.
Oh, it's like, so what? So what?
My hair's longer than 6 months ago, but hey.
No. And if you can't, you could just buy it. You could just buy hair, human hair. And then she started dishing the eyelashes. And I was like typing in the comments, don't dish Betty's fake eyelashes. Big up to Betty's fake eyelashes.
I know, it was so funny to hear that. Honestly, I couldn't believe that she was saying, oh, my hair's longer now. So, I couldn't believe it.
It's a very insecure thing to say, though, isn't it? It's like,
yeah, exactly.
I get that she doesn't believe that she's a beautiful woman, because you don't need to keep on saying how beautiful you are. If you believe you're beautiful, you just are, aren't you? You make the most of what you've got.
Yeah. Well, I say it all the time just to wind them up, because they say that because I'm white, they think that I think I'm more beautiful. So I go, yeah, I'm beautiful. I am beautiful.
Yeah, but if you don't love yourself, who else is going to do it? Yeah.
I do.
I've noticed that about these type of mixed girls. They tend to act or play on being more dark than they really are. Oh yeah, I've even noticed it with certain people I know in real life. These really light mixed race girls that compensate with the slang and stuff.
Yeah, they do. They try and be because obviously they're gonna get some of them will get made fun of just because of being light anyway. And like you said, they try and overcompensate, try and be more black than the actual black people that are just black. It's just ridiculous, because she definitely said she was dark. I remember her saying that she was dark skinned. I was in shock when I saw her.
I thought she was a bit Chinese looking. I mean, probably me, I'm nuts, but I just thought, huh?
No, yeah, she definitely has something going on with the eyes.
Yeah.
You know what, though? You know who she resembles facially, if you took away the weight? Isabella. I'm wondering if they're related.
Oh, you mean the big eyes?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I know what you mean with the big eyes.
Yeah, they do seem to have a very similar facial look. I'm wondering if they're related. But I mean, she's kidding herself anyway, because Isabella went nuts at me at the park, and all she managed to do was scratch my nose. Does she think that her little fly figure's going to do anything?
I know. And this is another thing. The way Jodie was threatening, I was expecting. I heard that she was 5'10", 5'11", and I was shocked. When I saw her, because in relation, Michael is taller than Jodie from what I see, and I look Michael in the eye. I don't think Michael, even if Michael might be a little bit taller than, or the same height, so I know she's not taller than me. So I was expecting some big ass black woman like Grace Jones. Yeah, with do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
I've got some dancing black women.
I've got to admit, if Grace Jones walked into that park,
it's like the irony of this whole situation. I'm not going to be scared of a janitor with a mop and bucket online.
Janitor.
Me.
A bog cleaner. A bog cleaner.
Yeah.
But no, she over exaggerates herself. I honestly expecting some tall ass woman, a big woman, dark, like some Amazon warrior, like Grace Jones type, and she's just a tiny thing.
Yeah.
So she's like those little dogs that bark so much because they've got small dog syndrome. They've got
oh yeah, the yappy little dogs.
Yeah. That one's at your ankle.
Do you know what's interesting though, Betty? All her avatars have had women with afro hair, and she goes on about how her hair's straight.
Yeah, this is it. I think, just like Sophia said and stuff like that, she's insecure. She's definitely insecure in her blackness, because the way she described herself is nothing like what she looks like. And then she said she's got my hair's natural. I was like, don't be silly. I can see that you've pressed it, because I can see the kink at the root, you dumb fuck.
Well, I think everyone could see that. Yeah, everyone could see it.
And the thing is, the hair wasn't even moving. Yeah, it was very stiff. So I could easily tell that that wasn't the natural state of her hair.
Yeah, it's just Because I remember I asked Bullets what she looked like, and he described her beautifully. He said that, yeah, she's got like curly hair and frog eyes and a hook nose. Because he saw her on a hangout with Empress Becca. You know, they turned on their camera once, and that's exactly like exactly what she looks like. But then she said that she comes to the park a lot, and I think, you know what I think? When she threatened me and she had that argument with Jediah, that's when she went undercover, because she had a lot of arguments before she disappeared for the year. People were just cussing her out. They got fed up with her.
Yeah, well, she didn't take the year out and work on herself, did she? She come back exactly the same persona, because all this arguing with everybody and Respect, he's not even looking out for her welfare, to be fair, because he allows her to slip in and do all this. But the way that every panel she goes on and she talks to the host, no, hold on a minute, I'm speaking. No, just be quiet. 1 minute.
Yeah, she was doing that to Nine Ether, wasn't she, yesterday?
Yeah, she was so rude to Nine Ether.
Yeah, she was, and like you know, and then she said, "I'm never going to get my own channel," and stuff like that, and that's what made me more suspicious. I said, "You've got such a big mouth. What are you scared of?" Because I remember before she went away, she said she's got a lot to lose. She doesn't, you know, want to reveal her. She wants to keep her identity, you know, secret. Do you know what I mean? So I think she's definitely got something to hide.
Well, it's too late now. It's out there, isn't it? Most people have seen it, and
you know, like the thing that I'm finding so funny is that like these clipping channels that are like putting up her face on the channel.
Yeah.
Oh
You
yeah,
know, I'm finding that really funny. Because the thing is that she thinks that she can, you know, like cuss all these people online, and that she's not going to get cussed back.
yeah,
Because that is how she goes on.
Yeah, her narcissism, you know, it's so big. She literally forgets, you know, when she's talking all the time, what you have to remember is she doesn't know that she's still talking. Yeah, she's like, she literally doesn't realize how much time has gone by.
And like she's repeating herself a lot of the time, which is why it's also very like it would be understandable if she was making a point, but she just repeats herself all the time. You know, yesterday there was like a whole thing about Real. Somehow she jumped on the panel and like made everything about herself again.
There you go.
But the thing is, she left and joined about 17 times.
Hector done his head in at one point. He had to go on there and shout her off. He couldn't handle it. He said, "Well, because even though me and Hector moved off of Real's channel for whatever reason, and everything, right? I've got no malice to no one, even when I fall out with them. Do you know what I mean? I'm not that sort of person. And to see him being accused of paedophilia when he's not a paedophile just really pissed me off. Yeah, because that's a dangerous road to go down. Someone could, you know yourself, Wendy. In the white community, they burn you out for that. I'm not joking.
Yeah, they would. No, that's not.
Burn out the house, right? And they'll make it look like it was a natural fire, but they will burn you out.
Yeah.
And especially as he's moved up to a place that's predominantly white, right? He's in real danger with them saying this shit. Yeah.
Well, in Hartlepool, I think he'd probably see about 3 or 4 other black people. That's about it.
Exactly. So he's in real danger with what they're saying. And to see them sort of like still going down this avenue really pissed me off. And me and Hector were watching it. And he turned up to try and sort of like speak for himself against it. She's the one who's made the accusations, remember, along with Respect. The bloke turns up to try and put his side of the story across. And she tells him to wait a minute. What a fucking absolute cheat. Why should he respect her? I couldn't believe it.
You know, like this is she gets jealous of like other women on Hangouts. Because like, I remember she was mentioning when Miss Mona went on to Respect's channel, and then like, you know, Finest Wine, like her tone changes. She's like, "Oh, who's this?" You know, yeah, you know, Miss Mona, and I'm like,
well. Yeah.
That insecure that like another woman on a panel can't talk without you like questioning.
Yeah,
You should have been there the night Miss Mona went on with her voice, because her voice is very similar to yours.
I know, and you know, I think the rumors like cleared up now because we was both on Real's channel at the same time. But it was unbelievable the like the way she was acting when Mona was there. I was like, Jesus.
Well jealous. Yeah, she was well jealous, weren't she?
Yeah.
That's why she threatened me. Remember? I don't know if you remember, but I don't know if you were all there. The year ago, that is why she threatened me. I think Jupiter will remember when I did that twerking video. That is why she went on Aspect's panel, spent 12 hours cussing me, and that's why she threatened me, because she got jealous. When
Yeah.
Jedi made that video on his channel and bigging me up, she got really jealous.
Yeah, it was weird, isn't it? She's really threatened by other females. It doesn't matter how old they are, what colour they are, or anything. You know, she wants it all the focus of attention on her. And it's very sad. For someone who wants that much attention, she needs to go and sort herself out a little bit to lift herself up a bit. You know, it's not that hard as a female to make yourself look good if you want to.
And she's trying to compete with women. I'm 200 miles away. You're never going to be with the same man. Why on earth would you try and compete with me 200 miles away for male attention?
That's what I don't understand, Wendy, and I don't understand. Sorry, Betty, and I don't understand it when she keeps saying, "And someone tell Hector that my hair's straight." He don't give a fuck.
Is that what she said? Tell her to the
Yeah.
Yes, she did. Yeah, I heard her say it. Yeah.
I don't think
We
she
weren't even on the panel. We weren't even on the panel. It was completely random. So Hector's in her head.
Yeah, but you know what? I think men in general are in it, because like when Jedi was bigging me up on that show on the twerking, she went. That's what it all started. She went crazy. She got really jealous. Even Jupiter had to come in and defend me because she was just going on one. But this is what it seems to be, because she talks so much. Probably the man probably left her when she just gave birth. That's what I'm thinking at the birthing ward. She literally
She just talks all the she just like talks all the midwives out of the nursing ward. Like they just get fed up with her.
Yeah. Well, someone kept writing in the chat repetitively the other day. This Jodie is called Jodie Peterson, and her boyfriend left her partner left a white woman. Yeah, I don't know if it's true or not.
Oh, what's her name? What's her name again? Jodie
Peterson. So Hector asked her. He said, "Jodie Peterson, is it true that your partner left you for a white woman?" And do you know she avoided the answer?
I'll just say the letter A for the person who found that information out.
Oh my goodness, really? That is so telling. But you know, I do believe that because she was on there last night. Because I think that someone was saying about like the colorism. You know, she was going on like she doesn't do the colorism, but she does, because I've heard her. But she was like to Velu Vision. You know that guy, Leon's brother. She was like to him, "I ain't got nothing to be ashamed of. I date out my race. What, bruv?"
She's changed her tune. She wasn't on that before, though. This is another thing.
Exactly.
She wasn't on that tip before. She's like, "I'm only with black men and blah blah blah." This is what I mean. She just keeps on changing the story.
It's just madness. It's complete madness. But I just don't like her because, number one, she threatened to smash my son's face in. But even before that, I wasn't keen on her. That just made me hate her even more. But, yeah, she's just a horrible person that slides into any argument with a female just like she can get her claws out. And but it's not even females she stops with, to be fair. I've seen her say some nasty things to men as well. I don't know who she thinks she is.
Yeah, they seem to have this attitude of we've got to answer to them. I don't think so.
It's not even in defence, Wendy. Look, I can honestly say that Betty, myself, you, Sophia, even Lady Divine, and even Nynefa. Nynefa doesn't really get into rows in a big way, but even Nynefa. We only tend to fire back when we've been attacked. But this girl does the attacking. She'll slink in, and then she'll put in a couple of subliminals, and then she'll start trying to be mouthy and getting everybody else to join in with her. And then once she's triggered her and you have to go back, she acts like she doesn't say anything, you know. But she'll go, oh. I think what's happened to her? She sat on a fucking needle or something.
No. She just reminds me of
That's the thing with like her. She thinks she's some type of like female Malcolm X or something. Like, yeah, her opinion is so valid on these hangouts.
She goes on like she's some type of therapist and, you know, psychologist, and like if you're so interested, you want to help people, go to university, do an open university course.
Yeah, that was the reason I had an argument with her. It was over you, wasn't it? It was when she was diagnosing you with a mental health problem.
Yeah.
So I asked her if she was professional enough, if she had the right qualifications to do so. And all of a sudden I was called a white cracker bitch.
Yes, yeah.
That's interesting, right? She seems to be afraid of you, Wendy, and I've noticed this, right? And I don't know why, but it's interesting that she is. And I see your video the other day, so I deliberately dropped it yesterday. That you were the one that said it first to see if she'll come up against you, but she hasn't said a word.
She won't. No, she won't. I don't understand.
Yes, that's right. She said something about all of us except Wendy, which is really interesting.
The only time I've had a word with her, again, it was over Betty and what she was saying about Betty. And since then, she's avoided any kind of, even when I was on that show with you, Jupiter, last week, with John, she avoided any sort of talk, anything. It was all aimed at you. She just left me alone.
It was weird.
Because I think you've got good memory as well, and you're good at breaking things down.
Oh yeah, I tend not to forget anything at all. Yeah, like her with when she was trying to diagnose you.
Wendy's become very good at her one-liners. I have to admit, I admire one-liners. I do like it now.
You've got to. I tell you, you've got to, or they drive you insane. They really would.
And you do that little giggle, Wendy, when they say something you don't agree with, and she goes,
yeah.
It just makes me laugh.
What happened with that Tolby? Because the title of the live stream. What happened with that Tolby guy, that Terry the idiot? Because now he's playing. Is it Tolby?
Toby, yeah.
Yeah, is it that Terry guy?
Yes, yeah.
Yeah. Did he start again?
Yeah.
He was starting on Jupiter today, yeah. So I just kept writing Toby. I know him as Toby now.
Yeah.
But what you know what Toby is, don't you, Betty?
Yeah, of course. Yeah, I know. I know what it is. But he started it. He shouldn't have threatened your grandkids, should he? And he shouldn't have you should have started with when he did hate speech, didn't he? He did hate speech.
Yes, very much so. Yeah, he did. Yeah. I mean, I never said anything. Yeah.
Apparently today he was trying to convince me that if I say I'm white, then that means I'm racist. You're not allowed to say you're white.
That's exactly that's what he did to me. And I thought, hang on, I'm not having this. Next thing I knew, he was going to, cut my granddaughter's head off and whip her.
Do you know what's so funny? Because it's not even his channel. And unlike to Valley Vision, why do you let this man threaten and do all this stuff? He's just sabotaging your show. And no response.
Yeah, no. They told me to go forth. Yeah, and said Betty said it's a shit stirrer.
Did you see how he was trying to make me and you fall out yesterday, Betty? It wasn't working, yeah. Because I was sat here just laughing, and I thought, yeah, you carry on, because it's not going to work.
Yeah. Because this is like the thing is, your videos are public. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
So it's not like not like I've said something that
It's not like I've rang you up and said it and you ran off to him.
this is it. But I honestly thought I told him because I thought he would apologize for threatening you and your grandkids. But he just went, I don't care. Wendy's a racist. That's it. And I said to him, but those threats happened on a Sunday. You say no personals, only Jeremy Kyle when it's a Friday. That happened on a Sunday, and those are minors. And when Afghan doxed him and his kids, he was crying like a bitch about it. And I'm like, so why is Wendy's grandchildren any different? That's when I said, and then I realized he doesn't give a fuck. He's got no principles.
No.
You know, at the start, that channel actually used to be quite like okay, but it's just turning into like the black barber shop with all the like, you know, that's what that channel's turning into.
Yeah. It's sad because in the beginning, I thought it was going to be up there with COE. I did think that, but now it's gone slowly downhill again. But I don't know. Everyone's got a different channel.
But he will lose his channel because, and the thing is, another reason why I was warning him, saying, you know, asking him, and he kept saying, like, you know, when Sophia says she was asking him, and I was asking him for days after that happened. I was asking him for days, and he just kept on blanking me. He kept on blanking me in the, you know, like he didn't say. So that's why I went on and asked him. But he doesn't understand. I lost my channel because of Jodie's little lies. Yeah? Do you know what I mean? So this is, I was just trying to save his channel and get to apologize to Wendy. And it's just like, and then he's like, oh, and you're just shit steering betting. I'm like, what am I going to gain from saving your channel? Do you know?
Exactly. Yeah. No.
He's a dickhead. That's right. And he just on the side, he was trying to. Oh, he's a liar. I just want to fuck off. You know what I mean? Because he's the same one that said to Afghan, the reason why your skin is white and your eyes are green is because your mum was raped by a white man. That is why Afghan.
No.
Yeah, that's what he said. That's why Afghan doxed him. That's why he got upset. That's Veli. That's how he was in 2016. One of the reasons why me and Veli fell out because there was a racist sort of like North African guy called Marshall, and his mum was like half French. And when we used to be on hangouts, you know, in the private hangouts, Veli would mock Marshall, saying you're not African and stuff like that, and you know, you're just, you know, half this, half that. You know, like when he goes to Rio, you mixed race teeth. You're mixed race, and teeth, like an insult. And that's what he was doing to Marshall. And I said, nah, big girl, you're not going to have a white woman and then make fun of mixed race kids like Marshall, because your kids are mixed race. That's what he was like.
Oh.
Yeah.
You know, I've noticed that too. So many of the black men that go on about white devil, like horrible white people, they all love white women. And I'm like, is this you hating the fact that you love white women?
Yeah, but I don't even think they love them. This is the thing. I think it's more to do with getting back at white men. Say, I've got a white woman. Because I was like, how can you be saying that shit about mixed race people, but your kids are mixed? I just think he's an insecure black man. That's what he's insecure. And he's jealous of mixed race people. That's what he is. He's jealous of them. Because watch what he says about mixed race people. And the thing is, I don't know why Real doesn't even pull him up on it. But what does mixed race? You're mixed race and you got mixed race teeth. What does that mean if it's not an insult? What is that meant to mean?
Yeah.
I don't know. What does mixed race teeth mean?
I don't know. This is it. But I know what he was like with Marshall. Yeah, and because I called him out on it, I said, how will you, as like someone from the Caribbean, going to have the audacity to come and tell someone born and raised in Africa that they're not an African? You're mocking him having a white mother, but your children's mother's white. How would you like it if people were mocking your kids and saying that they're not African because their mother is white? But he's a double standard. He got better, but he's going back to his nasty ways.
I noticed that, yeah. And I didn't know he'd said that to Afghan. That's just, it's bad.
You know, Afghan is a nasty piece of work.
Yeah.
When Afghan said it and stuff like that, I said, yeah, that's how Veli was. That's why me and Velly didn't used to get on. He's a nasty piece of work. He would say,
You know, I remember you saying, you know, for a long time you didn't like him.
yeah,
And if he come on a channel, you'd more or less leave.
yes,
And Sophia didn't like him neither.
yeah,
And then he seemed to turn all right.
Oh, is that Veli?
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
Yeah, because the problem with Veli is that when I was in the park for like the short time that I was, he would like make silly comments. And the thing is that anyone that like says something to me, I usually say something back. I don't ever like really just go up to someone and start on them. And so like for a long time we was going back and forth. And then he thought that I couldn't read like patois words and stuff. So what he decided to do was in the chat one time say that he would take out my eye.
Oh, okay.
And then like I
That's
called it
nice.
out. Yeah, and then like I was like, oh, I screenshot the comment. And like he was joking about the comment for like a couple of weeks. And then like he got better and like now he's going back to his old ways.
Yeah.
yeah. That's how he is. Because I'm not being funny. One thing I really dislike in black men that have white women like Velly is you're not gonna make fun of white people and mixed race people and then fucking claim to be a fucking proud black man and tell me that you're not fucking insecure. I'm not gonna have it, because this is one of the reasons why you've got mixed race people in the mental health wars, because dickhead black fathers like Velly that think that they can mock their children's heritage and their mother. I'm not putting up with it. I've had
Well, yeah, that's very important, isn't it? They've got to recognise both sides, you know.
How are you gonna mock? How are you gonna mock it though? How are you gonna mock? You've decided to be with a white woman, yeah, and you've had kids with her. So why are you gonna mock the kids on her? I don't know what's because his missus never comes on. But fuck him. But that's why when Afghan said what he said, because I said, no wonder, because I believe Afghan, because I know what Veli's like. Veli says the most vile shit. And what he used to do is hide from the camera. That's why he's not even brave enough to tell people his real name.
Oh, okay.
Do you think that's why he got upset with Afghan? Because Afghan dropped all of it, his business address, his children, and everything. I said, well, sir, you're right. You shouldn't say those nasty shit to people.
Oh, wow.
But honestly, people will find out. If people think I'm lying, you'll find out about what Veli's like.
Oh, no, I already believe you, Betty. After the last few days, I already believe you, love.
Yeah, because honestly, what he did, he was so nasty in the beginning. Like you said, I used to avoid him like the plague and stuff like that. And then he started doing no personals, started growing up and stuff like that. But he's just gone back to his nasty old ways.
Yeah.
You know what I think it is? I think it's because they're not winning it in the online debates with their racism no more. Where before they could say to you, you're racist, and people would shut down because they didn't want to be seen as racist. It's got to the stage where we get so much thrown at us that we don't even give a fuck anymore.
Don't care anymore.
You know, and I can honestly say I would never go out of my way to hurt somebody of a different race, ever. But when they go on, you know, I end up losing it like you do, Wendy, and say some things I don't mean because I want them to hurt, like what they're doing to my kids or to Hector or whatever. It pisses me off. So
well,
that's why
that day they were going to chop my granddaughter's head off and the rest of it. They were all picking up on the fact that I called him Toby and that woman who was on the panel, I don't know, some woman, Kissy, yeah? Oh, you racist. Yeah. Yes, that was a...
She's another sly one, you know. She's another sly one. She comes across as pretending that she's very balanced, right? But she's actually very, very sly. Very, very sly.
I know she is, yes. I called her Kissy. And
wait,
because it was...
Which woman is that now?
Melanated.
Oh, we're
American.
Oh, that fucking bitch.
Frog.
No, Betty don't like her either. That's good.
I don't like me and her have had issues too. She's just so self-righteous
Yes.
It's unbelievable.
You know, she is another one that injects her. You know, it's like yesterday on Nani's panel, she went on there trying to be the voice of reason, like sorting out everything. And I'm like, but you are just as biased as every other fucker on that panel.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. I remember when I wrote a song about, you know, a mother killing a child through, you know, postnatal depression. And she wrote on my channel, "You're sick, Betty. You're, you know, blah, blah, blah." And I was like, fuck off, melanated. This is my fucking channel. Have you never heard
But-
of women killing their kids because
Yes.
of postnatal depression? And she wrote some, you know, she's probably another one of them that was striking what Betty wore, my old channel. Fuck off, melanated, because she's got a son. She's like, anytime you say anything about son, she's like, yeah, because you're not even allowed to be a woman with the
right.
You know, if you point out that men and women are different, it's like, my son. I'm like, shut up. Pain. Sorry, Jupiter.
But no,
No,
that you
I
know,
agree with you. I don't like her either. I just
no.
think that melanated gets on my nerves because she's another one that hasn't got a man. Likes to go on about what she's going to do in Africa, and she's sitting in America talking about how African she is.
Yeah.
And she's so far removed from her African roots. It's just unbelievable.
Do you know what the funny thing was, Jupiter? She went on there, 19th panel, and she was like, "Hey y'all, can you guys tell me what a nance is? I need to know what a nance is." And I'm like, but this is why the Americans should just stay off the. No, she means nonce.
Oh, okay.
But
Thanks.
she kept saying, "I'm hearing y'all talk about nance."
Oh God.
And I was like, but this is why, like, you know, you Americans going on like you don't have shit to talk about with your American stuff.
Well,
Like,
yeah.
This is what I don't get, right? Because as much as I'm all for 80% keeping the country predominantly white, I've got nothing against British people that are born here that are people of colour, and I think they've got more right to talk about what's going on in fucking Britain, right? Especially if they're born here, right? Than these fucking Americans. Who do these Americans think they are?
Well, I think they've got more to worry about in America, really, with the way they're treated, you know?
She's a fucking busybody, that fucking melanated goddess.
She comes over here and talks about the British black experience like she lives here and she don't.
I know. But she's like that with everything. I just got really, when she wrote that abuse on my channel, I thought, you cheeky fucker.
But
if I have to
Betty, it happens. Women who, you know, sometimes, you know.
She's another one who's jealous, though, Betty. It's obvious, jealous of your popularity and stuff.
Is that what it is? Because I was like, why is this girl like inserting? Because she doesn't even have the channel, and she's just writing some type of abuse on my channel. And I thought, you cheat. And like you said, she inserts herself into arguments and into debates that have got nothing to do with her.
Yeah, that's all she does. That's why I did my goddess video. I did my goddess. It was specifically aimed at her. Every time I turned up, she kept telling me what a goddess she was.
Oh yeah.
She won't show us her actual real face. Another one who's going to turn out to be ugly, I bet. But she won't show us her real face. So I just done that bit. That's why when I went to the fancy dress, I thought, aha, I've got an opportunity to do this and wind her up.
I'm going to be a goddess.
Yeah. Well, I did it.
You said you weren't going to twerk, but I'm sure I saw some hip movements and some booty movements.
Yeah, it was done in the dark, though, wasn't it?
Yeah.
It was done in the dark.
But she couldn't help herself.
You believe that someone actually come and said to me, I think it was Kushite, whoever it was, they wrote a comment and they said, you're out of order, you're a dirty, low-life woman. I said, oh, thank you. They said, how dare you do a twerking video with the lights out? That made me giggle. I was like, what? You want
Yes,
You wanted the lights on?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I was like, you weirdo.
How dare you?
like you, Jupiter. This is why I don't bother with these childish men online, because like they cuss you in like the public on the chat,
Mm.
and then like they try to like message you or like slide in your DMs,
Yes.
and it's like, but
Yeah.
you're so fucking fake. I just saw you a week ago trying to cuss me out.
Bullshit Smoke is like that though, Dude, because he used to write a lot of abuse to me. He's like that. He's like a Somalian guy from London. He just seems to like writing a lot of insults. He's just like that in general. He doesn't really say much either when he's on the panel.
You know what I think, Betty? I think they're insults of foreplay, because I really seriously think these men are over sexualized. They're
Frustrated.
they're frustrated. They've got a lot of pent up sexual frustration, and I think in a lot of cases they actually really like us, but hate themselves for liking us. That's what the problem is.
I think it definitely with that fucking M-Stacks. Because I only made like my very first underwear video. That guy was just insulting me left, right, and centre. And I was like, I'm not a Muslim. Why are you even watching it?
He shouldn't have been watching.
And it was just honestly, it was just constantly for some aspect channel just insulting me. I had to block him, the amount of abuse. And then every time I dropped a lingerie video, he would be there moaning. And then, like you said, sliding in my DMs, let me come on the show, Betty, blah, 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 Betty.
Oh, right, okay.
Channel.
Yeah, it's craziness. I don't know, it's craziness. But definitely those two women, they're just not very nice people.
Oh.
And I don't know. I think they think if all the men say that they're nice people, that somehow gives them some sort of like medal or something. But I couldn't care less what all the men think, to be honest. I'm not interested.
No, some of the men, like there are certain men on the live stream that appease the women and they'd never want to get into an argument with any woman. I've noticed there's certain characters, they just don't, if they see the women arguing, they go on mute and wait until it's finished.
Oh, they run like Raj. Raj doesn't like to argue, bless him, does he?
No, not with the women.
Not with women, no.
If it's finest wine, I don't blame them, because you'll be there 2 hours later and she still ain't fucking finished. That's right.
Do you think I don't know, because sometimes I wonder if she's actually mentally well, the way she carries on. I don't know if she's really that well, mentally, because it's not normal to talk.
In that video, she looked like she has something wrong with her eyes.
Yeah, they're
bug eyes.
Yeah. But
And she's got no neck. She doesn't have a neck. I don't know how she even breathes.
I know. Yeah. She doesn't have a neck. She's been talking like that Cardi B song when she was talking out of her neck.
But have you noticed how she can be talking for 20 minutes? Someone else talks, and then she says, "Hang on, I was talking first. Let me talk." Because she's forgot she was talking in the bloody first place. So I'd say she's got some sort of memory problem.
Yeah.
When you have a conversation with Finest Crime, you need to put on the stopwatch.
Yeah.
And you need to have a moderator and have everything regulated, because otherwise she would just talk non-stop.
But she insults them, because what I noticed was she was really insulting to Naifa. But what she does is she tries to take over the whole entire panel.
Yeah.
And insults the host as well.
Yeah. And she tries to tell you who should talk next and what she wants to listen to, and it's all about what she wants to hear.
Yeah.
She's a narcissist. Do you know the amount of times that she kept leaving and jumping on, and then when she would leave, she would say, "All right, guys, I'm leaving now, so I might."
The long goodbye.
It's like, why do you have to announce that you're leaving? I'd stop having a conversation. Just go. You're so annoying.
And she didn't leave, though, did she? Because what she did when she did leave, she'd go on to the next panel. Do you know?
Exactly.
Because I thought by the time last night, I went to bed and I was thinking, she's going to go to sleep too. Then I wake up in the morning and find out she was on Sir Fast's channel.
Exactly, Betty. Yeah, exactly. I thought, my God. So she left 9 Ether after being on there all day talking and went on to Sir Fast to talk.
No, you forgot.
Oh.
Then she went on to Raspbergs, then Safaz's.
Oh, right.
I
She
think
went on
she's
it. Oh.
She's
I
back
think it might
over
have even been on Jedi's as well.
But you know,
that's
that's
what
why I was laughing, because she's always going. I mean, there was one time that she was telling everyone about her Sunday dinner, as if like, you know, that's like a major thing.
Oh,
I wasn't.
Betty, now that you're here, I want to ask you. Sorry, Sophia. Now that you're here, Betty, let me ask you this, right?
Yeah.
Have you ever seen a traditional Nigerian meal where they have jollof rice and they have a boiled egg and they have meat with it? Have you ever seen that?
Yeah, at parties.
Yeah, see? She asked me one Sunday what we were having to eat, right?
Yeah.
Well, she didn't, someone else did on her panel. And I basically said, oh, we're not doing a roast today because the kids asked me specifically for orange rice. They call it orange rice, jollof rice. Yeah.
Mm.
So that I said they're having jollof rice, a boiled egg, and they've had spare ribs with it. And she fucking went into one about it. There's no way, that's not a meal, this, that, and the other. Taking the piss. I thought, love, you don't realise that's traditional African food. You don't realise.
But what was she taking a piss about, Jupiter? What?
Apparently, I was poverty stricken because we was eating that. Not that my kids actually wanted it because they like it, because they've been brought up having both sort of like.
Wow, this woman is super materialistic, isn't she? Yeah.
Yeah.
But she's not even from Africa. She's from the Caribbean. And
Or
jollof rice,
China.
it
Or
comes
China or
from
Japan.
Gambia. That's where it comes from. It's Wolof food. That's
She's
what-
little mutts. She's little mutts. Yeah.
it does-
Heinz,
You know what?
Heinz 59.
You know what I think it is, Betty? I think that she hates on Nigerians because she is of a St. Lucian background or whatever.
Mm.
And she tried to hide it by pretending that she was Nigerian.
Mm.
So she was getting away with being racist to Nigerians, pretending that she was Nigerian.
But another thing, you know, she's been like online trying to convince the people that like she's like chocolate black, but she's actually like quite albino. And she has like major crushes on a lot of the dark black men, like Jedi.
Yeah, because she went crazy when Betty did that twerking video and got threatened just
Yeah.
because of that. And because I managed to hold Jedi's attention, even though she's seen how much we argued. You know, it only what did it take one video for him to be like, Betty, come on the channel. But that's what the threats were over, that twerking video.
Is that why she was on a 17-hour stream talking about you?
Yeah, that's what it was about. Because I remember Duke specifically came on and said, she said, oh, Betty, I knew that video, that twerking video would get the women jealous.
Yeah, I did. I said that to Betty. I was concerned that they were going to go nuts at her. And they did. They went nuts.
They did.
It didn't bother me that she's dancing. I couldn't care less. I was like, if that's what you want to do, that's what you want to do. But are you sure you're ready for what the backlash from the women? Because these women are going to go mental. And Betty was like, yeah, I own the punani. And
She's
then
actually jealous of Betty's channel because she kept going on like, I was the one that took down Betty's channel. Does Betty know that I took down her channel? And I was like,
Oh, right.
someone needs to go outside. You're spending too much time on YouTube.
Yeah, because it's like, honestly, I was upset that what Betty wore channel, because I didn't really put a lot of YouTube Speaker's Corner on it, but it's only a channel. I've had it 10 years anyway. So yeah, it went, but you know me, I've got lots of different channels, so you just have to start again. And the most of my videos are on my old computer hard drive anyway. So I haven't.
Yeah, as long as you've got them on your hard drive, you can just upload them to another channel. So,
but
Turek come on once on one of my streams, and he told me that he said that one night I'd been on Jedi's, and I think it was I got into a bit of a row with her, and I just left because I couldn't be bothered with it. And Turek stayed on, and he said after I left, they started descending into talking about how men have abused them in their life, and he said it was absolutely disgusting the way they were talking about it in depth. and that, and he said that that made him realise why people don't like women like them. So I don't know what they'd said. I didn't even go back and watch, but
Oh, they do get very into it. Yeah, they do. Yeah.
Yeah, I hate those ones those shows when I don't really like was it one of those what does he call it? Those shows of extremely balanced shows. Was it one of those ones when they
I don't know. It was Dead by show. Yeah, it was an extremely balanced thing. I'm gonna drop out and come back in because I've got an echo, and I can hear it.
Yeah, okay.
Let me just drop out and I'll come back in.
Okay.
But yeah, that's the jealousy.
You know what's really funny? The night that I jumped onto Belly's channel to like kind of deal with Finest Crime, Maku piped up and was like saying that I can't talk. And what he did was he pulled out his wad of cash. Obviously, it was his pension or something that he just withdrew. And like he was waving it on the screen because like he got exposed for not having like money and stuff. Does anyone remember? Like, I don't know if you guys have seen video, but Zabeda basically came out with that video of that Nadia girl.
I believe her.
Yeah, I believe it. You know, I can imagine Maku ordering chicken chow mein and having to boil his own rice. You know.
But this is it. That's not the first time he's shown wads of cash. But the thing with Michael as well, because I just thought it was his business rates money. Do you know what I mean? Because it's all very well for him to show the takings of his business. That doesn't mean that's his money because he's got to pay all the bills out of that money. Do you know what I mean? But even when you meet Michael, he's not very well dressed and he's not very well groomed. He doesn't really take care of himself.
Ah, right.
Yeah.
Is he not?
No, he just looks a bit trampy. He doesn't look very, like Witness. If I compare Witness, because I said to Witness one time, Witness, how can you be walking in that park all in white in the dead of winter? How do your jeans stay so white? Aren't you worried that it's going to, dirty your white coat and your white trousers? He's very well groomed, well shaved, always cleaned. He takes care of himself. But Michael doesn't. He's not very well groomed, and you can see it. He's like the type of man that, he doesn't take care of himself.
Ah, so that girl was right then.
Yeah, he comes across like the types, like the bare minimum.
Yeah, he doesn't come across. You're just looking at him and the way I've seen him in person, he's not a man that takes care of himself. Do you know what I mean? It's just like, if he can even pick his beard, he looks sloppy. For someone that is a barber, you think he would take better care of himself. Because, obviously, if you're in the beauty profession as a man and woman, you've got to be able to sell your business.
Well, of course, yeah.
And then when I saw his dirty nails, when he's, and you're a barber and you've got long nails and they're dirty. Oh, it just
I like the way Zabeda called them holy socks.
Yeah. That was funny.
But that when she was talking about when they were at some place and they had to get a taxi home, and Zabeda and a friend had to pay for the taxi. He's turned that right around to him paying for the taxi because they had no money.
I know, but apparently Mackie's card got declined for the Uber.
Bloody Ubers, God.
This is it. But I think he just shows money because he does this on a regular basis, doesn't he? He will flash his cash like he's got some. Do you know what I mean? And he does it like the way he talks like he never says sorry. For one,
no,
and he's proud to admit that he never says sorry, even if he's lying and hurts somebody. But he's just really sloppy. He's just like, I can't stand men with dirty fingernails and long, dirty fingernails too. And then just
men are not supposed to have long nails, are they?
And dirty ones like that as well.
Yeah, exactly.
And especially if you're a barber and you're going to be like close to the faces a lot. Like, wow.
Have you seen what he's starting to do now? If he gets someone in his little shop to cut their hair, he's still online.
Online.
Yeah. God.
He's obsessed.
And I'm like, who wants to be on camera while they're getting their hair trimmed?
Yeah.
Because he said he lives on top of his barbershop.
Well, no, he's actually he's doing a cut, Betty, and the guy's in the chair, yeah, and he's still on camera. He's got the client still on camera.
Yeah, this is it. I think because he does, because he likes to pretend like he's a great intellectual. And I said to him, why don't you just go to university if you need that, intellectual stimulation? Just do an open university or do something with yourself, instead of online debating. He goes, I'm not going to do that. I'm not going to be part of the system. He thinks he's a rebel by being uneducated.
But you see, if he was to do an open university or anything like that, he'd find out that all of his so-called facts are not like lies.
And it might actually send him crazy. He might have to be like locked up somewhere in a padded room for a week just to like take out his because he's been online spouting the same facts for like 2 years now.
Yeah, this is it. And he got really upset when they outed him for supporting that convicted paedophile in America. And that's like because he said to me, Betty, you made videos on me. He wants me to take that video down.
No,
like,
don't.
Take it down. For? It's true because he got rinsed out. I mean, are you going to name your channel after a convicted paedophile?
Wow, and yet they're the ones always going on about, paedophiles.
Yeah.
They seem to forget all about grooming, don't they? They just like to. Strange, that one. Never mind.
Yes, and I have noticed that actually.
I don't think he cares. And then he got upset when I called him a woman beater. You know what I mean? That's another thing he's upset with. But he is. He's a woman beater, Michael. He's a fuck, Michael. Absolutely.
That doesn't surprise me at all.
Yeah. The very first time I came to that park and that guy tried to attack me and plenty of men around me trying to protect me. He's a fucking woman beater.
Do you know what I find really interesting? When like you're on these panels, say if like you're like the only woman on there, and then you get all these like savages jumping on to scream at you. Like I'm just imagining, what if that was in like real life? Would they have like a guilty conscience? Like we're all surrounding this one woman screaming at her, because that is basically what they're doing. It's just online.
Yeah,
exactly.
Can you imagine how bad that would look in person? Like you got these 10 savages all around you, like screaming you down. It's just because that we're online that like they can get away with doing that. In real life,
they do that to Amy, base Amy, though, to a certain.
Oh yes, they did. Yeah, they did.
Yeah, but because it was the night time, it didn't look as.
Although I have to,
we all fall down.
Yeah, I've got a funny sense of humour. And 1 minute she was there filming, and the next minute she was like, wah, wah, and she's going to off. What the fuck is going on there?
Tell you what, she does fall down a lot, though. Honest to God, she gets people. Yeah, but she gets people to pay her bloody bills. I don't get it.
I know.
Is she out of prison now?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. She was out of prison.
Only did 10 days.
Yeah.
Oh. That's one thing. I've got one thing. Even though I don't agree with a lot of reviews, I've got to admire. She'll stand up to a man. She's got because I heard that she's got a Nigerian boyfriend as well.
Who? Based Amy?
Yeah.
I don't think so.
No.
She's got a Nigerian boyfriend.
No.
Is it just a lie then?
Yeah.
That's what I heard. Someone said it, that she's got a Nigerian boyfriend. So.
Look, she said to what's he called? Jedi, yeah? She said to Jedi in the park, it's a shame slavery was abolished.
That's not what she said to me. What did he say?
Yeah. Oh, he went nuts at her for that, but he'd been picking at her and poking at her and all the rest of it. So
that's what I mean, because this is the thing with her. That's one thing. She's just like very similar to the rest of us.
Yeah, just to quickly say something, it's official. Respect is a Muslim on Sir Faz's show. They're saying you done his shahada for Queen Jay.
Don't lie. I Afghan.
I'm
No,
telling the
Afghan,
truth.
I'm not believing you.
I was just on there. People have all congratulating him. I
Can you
swear.
say wallahi?
I'm not an Arab, but I can say I can promise you. But yeah, just read the comments. They're all saying Al Kaka, something done Shahada or something. And everyone's
Oh, wow.
blessing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Let him get on with it.
So I was just thinking before I go, it's a bit. I think he's become an official nonce-apologist now because he has
Obviously,
to follow a man who married a 6-year-old. So anyway, thank you guys.
Thank you, Afghan.
Thank you.
Yeah, and to just go, oh, he's gone.
You know,
Yeah.
I'm really interested to know if that's true. I'll be like trying to listen out.
If it is true, who thinks he's done that to protect himself from the backlash of picking on Zubaydah because she's Muslim?
And Queen
Yeah.
Jay.
Yes.
Or it might be that he has been for a very long time, but only now publicly saying it.
I think it's that Queen Jay thing as well, because he's getting roasted, didn't it?
Oh, do you know what's really funny? He said that he doesn't speak to Queen Jay on the phone. And then Zubaydah brought out a video exposing the phone call between him and Zubaydah where he actually admitted to being on the phone to Queen Jay. So he's looking really done now, fucking horse.
Yeah, he's just like donkey. He's just like, but she was in the comments talking about, oh, Raspberry's going to come back from the park and bring me something.
Now he keeps saying, yeah, Betty, he keeps saying, no, she wasn't. She's never spoken in the chat like that. No, she hasn't.
She has, because he was in the fucking
Yeah.
park. How do you know? She was in the fucking. She was in. He was in the park streaming in the park, and she was in the comments. Because I used to chat to her in the comments, talking about how she was going to.
Yeah, you used to get on with her, didn't you?
Yeah,
I remember. Right.
yeah.
Yeah.
Close, but just chatting in the comments. So yeah, if he really wants to know, all he has to do is to look back on his own live streams and check the chat. But he doesn't want to because he's getting exposed, isn't he?
And the funny thing is that Raspek came on his silly channel and was like, how can Queen Jay and I be doing a thing, fam? She's housebound.
Why is she housebound?
I know, and I'm like, but why would someone tell you that? Like, you obviously know Queen Jay and like been talk, because you don't tell someone on the internet that you're housebound if you just don't really like care about them.
So he's in love with a housebound woman. How romantic.
And apparently she's dead sick and stuff. And it's just like,
she's not well. Oh, okay.
Apparently.
And like what Zabia's like, I'm not well. Plenty of us have got health problems. He never gave a fuck about anybody else's health problems.
Well, no.
Exactly.
So why shall we care about this? This is like one of the reasons that I don't like the fact that I know what she said and I know what she was saying about her and him being together, yeah? But another thing I don't like about it is she's a cat avatar. And Queen Jay isn't her real name. And she never spoke up when we were being slandered. She's never been to come on the live stream. So fuck her.
Yeah, but to be honest, Betty, I don't care anyway. What difference does it make whether he's Muslim or not?
The reason why I care about like this situation is because, you know, like they're always going on, like especially on that channel, like, oh, you know, we're Muslims and we're this and we're that, but it's like a Muslim shouldn't even be dating a Rasta.
Yeah.
And I would understand, but it's like the amount of times that Respect has spoken up for this Islam, but then he's doing the exact thing that he's been preaching about, like, that people shouldn't be doing. And the same with Queen Jay. Like, if it is true, to be honest, I don't care if they're sleeping together. You know, Respect is no pit. You know, he's not like some handsome like person. So I don't care. But
not
it's like
Idris Elba, is he? Isn't
it? So,
you know, one of the reasons why it's important if he is Muslim, the anti-Christian sentiment that comes from his channel, the fact that he would refuse to speak about the Arab slave trade, very biased, yeah. So it's actually important. If he is Muslim, then it would make sense as to why he's always, defending them. But he never talks about the bad that Muslim people have done, especially in relation to Africa and the Arab slaves.
Yeah. Well, we always thought he was Muslim anyway. He always came across as Muslim first, didn't he? Let's be honest.
Yeah, because even Reg, I remember when Reg was the first one to point it out, how anti-Christian phobe he is. And then he started saying that Rastas were Christians. And I was like, you what? I was like, when did that happen? Just because they might read the Bible and might be inspired by it, that doesn't.
I think Haile Selassie, the guy they worship, I think he used to read the Bible. And I don't think Rasbeck knew this until it was pointed out to him. Then all of a sudden, he reads the Bible too.
He's everything. He's so, you know what? He's so judgmental and hypocritical. It's unbelievable.
Yeah, like when he says to me, the other night he was getting really excited where he screams, yeah, and he was saying, "You wait, Wendy. Like, I bring the dalil. I'll bring the dalil about Zabida smuggling immigrants. You wait, Wendy. I'm going to bring that dalil. I'm going to bring." And I thought, okay, so what? She's been helping 5 or 6 immigrants to get into the country, and then I find out it's that Moroccan boyfriend she had. I don't believe she did it anyway.
I know, like the thing is, Zubayda's not like my favorite person, and
No.
Nadia's right. But the thing is that it's just so unfair what's happening to Zubayda. So I will stand with Zubayda and support her through this hard time that she's going through.
Exactly.
Online, right? So if Rastek thinks by bringing the Dalil that I'm gonna start complaining at Zubayda, then I don't know what his plan is. It's nonsense.
But it's disgusting what he's been saying, and
it is.
private conversations he's had with her, recorded and then put it online. But
but that Maku's just as bad. What a gossip he is.
Who?
Maku.
Oh well,
I don't like him. I don't like him at all.
I heard it late yesterday, but there was this thing that came out on Nine Ethers that apparently Maku had told Zubayda that Nine Ether had had something with respect, and obviously Lady Divine had had something with respect, and Lady Divine was fuming. Yeah. Well, later in the evening, Maku come on. Did anyone see that?
I saw a bit of it. He didn't stay that.
Yeah, I saw him come on. Yeah.
Yeah. Did you hear when he said, since whenever you were coming on the panel, that's what everyone was saying.
That's right, yeah. But at first, he was denying any knowledge of it, wasn't he?
Yeah, so what a gossip he is. Making up stories like that, that's disgusting. Do you know what it reminds me of?
So was Jedi. Jedi was one of the ones that was making that joke too, because I remember him saying it. That he said that Lady Divine and Rasper will go moving like a couple, like there's something going on.
Oh.
That's what he said on his panel. So
but that's really bad. It reminded me, when you're sort of like 18 and a load of teenage boys that want to get in your knickers, and you tell them no. You tell them no, and you tell them no, and you tell them no, and they go around and say that they slept with you anyway, just to sort of like give them status.
Yes.
That's what they're like.
Yeah, that's what they do. Because the same thing with me and Zabida, just call us prostitutes, both of them. And that's how, like you said, it is really childish. It's to discredit us and make men think that we're worth nothing. Because obviously, men don't think anything of. The average man doesn't care about prostitutes. It's just a way to discredit us and attack us. Do you know what I mean?
No, but Rastek took it one step further and even started to bring it online. I mean, he even screenshot a few normal comments between myself and Luca Brassi. I was like, oh, they're in a relationship, Simon and Luca must be in a relationship because they're talking normally in the chat. So obviously I had to strike the video. But I'm like, why would you do that?
Obviously.
I was just thinking, what is actually wrong with you? You know, I don't know any Rastas that would endorse that stupid gossip.
No.
But you know what really shocked me was when he admitted having his child taken away for fighting with the police.
Yes.
I was like, what the? Do you know what I mean?
Did you actually admit that then, Betty? Because they're denying it again now, aren't they?
No, he did. He admitted it. There was a call. I think Zabida had recorded a phone call, yeah, which her private phone call, her and Raspet, and he admitted it. She played it on Real Channel, yeah, and he goes, yeah, but he went like this. Well, the police took my child away and gave it to my mum. That's what he said.
Oh.
I can't believe it, because Zabida was like this. You're going on about me losing my child, but you're the one that got your child taken away. And then he went, yeah, because I'm fighting. Me and my baby mother were fighting with the police.
Oh.
I was like, I can't believe it. I thought, bloody hypocrite. That's what I mean. It's so nasty what they're doing to her.
That's terrible. I
Yeah,
never
but
knew
you got to like that guy, her boyfriend, when he's in the back dancing around with his broom. Yeah.
that.
That guy makes me laugh.
I know I'm not like kind of making fun of him, but he just reminds me a bit like of an Aladdin, you know, that little Indian from that thing. Yeah, like he just reminds me of that, and it cracks me up. I can imagine him holding like a genie bottle with those big hands.
Just dancing around, you know, with his broom.
Yeah, because they were showing that the sword dancing that they do in Egypt, and I said, you could work in a circus with that sword dancing because it'd be dead popular. You know, those tours that they do around the UK.
Yes.
But I mean, he's totally devoted to Savida, and I think that gets at them a lot as well.
Yeah. But they're married though, aren't they? Because Savas shown the marriage contract, is it what they call it, the mutter, whatever, marriage contract. And I thought, so you're just basically letting us know that he's an honourable man that married her.
Mm.
That's literally all you're letting us know. That they're actually married.
You got to admit though, that finger bingy, that is quite funny. Finger bingy.
Oh, it's hilarious, yeah.
But like you said, they are jealous. But what I've noticed that he attacks couples, Respect attacks couples like
I've noticed that.
Yeah, Sabida, Real. There's always couples that he goes for. He wants to get the women on their own so he can attack them.
Yeah, I think I don't know. I think I don't know what it is. I think it's just because he hasn't been in a successful relationship or something. I don't know what that is, but yeah, I've noticed that as well.
Yeah, because it's just like it's always like because they are so tight. They're Bonnie and Clyde, and you and your husband like the older version because you just want married, aren't you? Do you know what I mean? That's what married couples do. They defend each other.
That's right. Yeah.
But I know, and it's the same thing with you, Wendy. The way he attacked your deceased husband. Do you see what I mean? It's. I think he's jealous that everybody, these couples are actually back each other, and he doesn't have a woman that will go to the park and say, "This is my man." He doesn't have a woman to defend him.
Yeah, but he's got that fineness. Don't worry about him.
Oh yeah.
You know what? He's probably sick of her. I can imagine him sitting there like while she's yapping on with like his head in his hand, thinking, "Fuck it out! Like, is he ever gonna shut up?"
He'll go, "Yeah, but fine. Yeah, but fine." And she'll go, "No."
And then she'll be like, "Let me finish, Was. I've only got to speak for a few more seconds. Let me finish. I was in between a point." And then he'll be like, "No, but fine." And she'll be like, "No, Was." And it's like, Jesus Christ, you two should just like, I don't know, go off to live in like Jamaica or somewhere.
Yeah. Go and build a school. She'll tell you how to do it.
That was one of the things that he was going on about. He was saying that he does so much work offline. And like, I've heard him, throughout the past 2 years, I've heard him say that he does work offline about, I don't know, like 212 times. And each time he says he does work off of YouTube. Guess what the one point that he says is?
What's
that he's built a school in the Gambia. And I'm like, okay, well,
he probably
done offline.
He probably donated
mentions.
Yeah, he probably donated £2 or something, and thought that.
It turned out he gave money to decorate one classroom.
There you go. Said.
And so they named the classroom after him.
Oh, they actually
wasn't-
named it after him. Oh, okay.
Yeah, it wasn't the whole school. It was
The
one
Hustler's
class.
Room. Is it called the Hustler's Room?
And I thought that book was actually his, but now he's saying it's not actually his. The Hustlers, is it guidebook or whatever they're called? Did you see? Another thing that upset me was that Instagram, when he was going on about my underwear videos and what I'm up to and I'm immoral, then I saw some big ass titties advertising that book. Their guns and money and bullets.
Yeah.
Instagram. Couldn't believe it. The hypocrisy.
Well, yeah.
Yeah. That video was strange.
When he went to the carnival and he put it on the girl's backside.
He
Don't you
put what
remember
on the
Uncle-
girl's backside, love? What?
Yeah, he put the book on the girl's backside, and Uncle Ty was furious.
Wow.
Uncle Ty kicked him out for it and said to him, "It's disgusting what you've done. You're deriding black women by doing that." But yeah,
Well, he was, wasn't he?
Yeah, he was.
Anyhow. I don't think he'll ever learn. He'll never change. He'll always be the same. I mean, he rolled out for Libya. We have to remember that.
Oh, he's put it on private now. He's put it on private, that Hustler's Holy Book. He's put it on private so you can't see the picture.
Do you know what? I actually on that that Instagram page, I wanted to email them to order a copy of the book so I can see what's in that silly book. But then I was like, I don't want those idiots to have my email. So
you can get it on Amazon. You can buy it on Amazon. It's sold in Amazon. You can get it.
Oh, really?
Yeah, there's a preview of it on Amazon. You know when it says inside the book, it talks about extortion and all that stuff.
Really? Oh, and that's his favourite book. That's interesting, isn't it?
It's not because when I thought, why would you be talking about the Hustler's Holy Book and extortion? Because let me open it up. It's a money maker's Bible. I'm just going to go inside it, and it says the contents page of it. It says networking, liabilities, expenses. Then it says fraudsters, shotters, robbers, informers, taking precaution. And it says the chapter 20 is crime pays.
Oh, crime pays. Oh, okay.
What on earth is that book?
Yeah, this is what I mean. It's just, do you want me to give you the link to the book so you can have? I'll
just post it in the back chat because, that is ridiculous. If it genuinely has all that type of shit in there.
Yeah, but I was really shocked because I saw it and I was like, oh, shall I buy it? But then when I started reading inside, I thought, freaking hell! So you're actually gonna say crime actually pays? And it says money laundering, 3 steps, crime pays.
So why is he so upset with Zubida's alleged finessing if it's in that book?
Exactly. Like she said, yeah,
She's a woman.
She's the finesser of the year.
If it's a woman doing it, isn't it? He'll get upset if it's a woman doing it, not. And when this is the thing that annoyed me. He was going on about Zubida, and I was like, hang on. If someone donates £500 or £1,000 to Zubida, it's a fucking donation. She didn't put a bullet to man's head to get to send the money. And he had a £1,000 donation. I remember when the Muslims were dropping 20s.
Yeah.
He got £1,000. So who's he to talk about big donations? He didn't turn down the donations, did he?
No, I think he went to Amsterdam the following day, if I remember rightly. Yeah, he did.
Yeah, and Germany. He went.
Yeah.
Bloody
Oh
European.
yeah, he done that song, didn't he? He was dancing. Yeah. I remember that.
Sorry.
I remember actually. I think even Mr. Rax joined him on the trip.
That's right, Sophia. Yeah.
And he recorded, like, you know, as if it was like some panorama documentary, funnily enough. You know, considering he was accused of like being wired up.
Yeah, that's another
Yeah.
thing. When did they'll
Yeah.
trauma that, you know, so
Obviously,
this
he is. Yeah.
do you know which this panorama? Because I don't really watch TV. So has it already been shown?
It wasn't for no documentary. He was lying. Yeah, because one, right? Panorama tend not to like send someone like him in if they're doing an open documentary. You only go in wired up and undercover if you're doing something sneaky.
Yeah.
And also, he thinks Panorama's on Channel 4.
Channel 4. How funny is that? Honestly, you know, when I heard that, honestly, like I was actually eating at the time, and I had to like rewind it because I wasn't too sure if I heard correctly.
I mean, everyone knows, don't they? Everyone knows what
Yeah.
channel Panorama's on. No.
And I don't even really watch television.
Yeah, it's something you get brought
know
up
that.
with, don't you? You get, you know, it's
Yeah.
on BBC One. That's the end of it. But no, it's on Channel 4. So there's only dispatches on Channel 4.
Yeah. Is it? So what's he saying about the wiring? So how does he explain it? Did anyone?
Well, I heard Sabita say it, right? And I picked up on it straight away.
Mhm.
And then I went onto his chat, and you know, there was like thousands of people chatting, yeah, you know, with the comments.
Yeah.
And all I
You
put
mean, like
was
22 people with like 4 accounts each.
yeah. And I put, is the Panorama wiring true? And out of all the comments, he picks up on that one. And yes, it's true. Panorama's true. I do documentaries. I thought, yeah, whatever. You don't do Panorama documentaries. You know what I mean? No.
Can you imagine Rasbeck like bopping into the BBC studios with like his hat and stuff, like ready to get wired up for Panorama? I don't fucking think so.
No.
And I noticed that if it was true, why didn't he drop the name of the documentary? You know, because he dropped when he was on that Victoria Derbyshire show. And I saw him on, oh God, was it Victoria? Was it Victoria? And he was in, I saw it on BBC iPlayer. He was in a panel. I think it was after there was shootings, and he was just in a panel, and they were discussing like a discussion topic.
I sent the BBC 3 of his best streams, yeah, just to let them know, you know, not to ever let him on TV again. And I think after watching those streams, they won't be.
So I was tempted to do that as well. You know, when I saw, because you know, if you go on Instagram, you'll still see him being advertised by the Victoria Derbyshire show. And I thought, if they knew what it was about.
Well, you know, the streams I sent was where he was being extremely anti-British, you know, hates us all, yeah.
Yeah, he's a madman. He's just nuts.
Does he actually? I think he's on the sick, to tell you the honest truth. I don't think he works. I think he's on the sick. I think he's got some type of health problems. Because I remember when I touched his hand and shook his hand in the park ages ago, and his hand was like really frail.
Yeah, he's for sale to the highest bidder, babe.
To be honest, I think he might have like alopecia as well, because you know, I know his dreadlocks are falling out, but he also said something else like about like having patchy hair.
Yeah.
Oh well, if he's got that, he'll have to get it. You know, I'm not going to feel sorry for him because
yeah,
he'll have to get it sorted out. Like we all have to get things sorted out.
I don't know, because you know what he reminds me of? Someone with lupus. That's what he
lupus.
For some reason, he reminds me of somebody with lupus. Do you know what I mean? Because I definitely think I'm just getting this feeling that he's got a long-term health condition. Call it women's intuition, but I don't think he's. I definitely think he's on the sick, but he doesn't want to say.
Yeah.
I don't think it's just that he's autistic.
I think he goes missing from the lunatic asylum every so often. That's about it.
You know what I'm going to start doing though, because I think like, well, I had to send YouTube like quite an abusive email recently because like they're not doing nothing about my strikes.
Oh,
So what I'm
okay.
going to have to do is like I'm just going to start collecting the information and go to the police instead, because it's like I'm
Yeah.
putting in the strikes for certain things that are going on, and it's like YouTube, I don't know, like they must have a bunch of idiots at their headquarters, like just like disposing of the strikes. So I'm just going to go to the police because I know a lot of the stuff they're saying online is illegal,
Of course, it's illegal. Yeah.
and
And there's
YouTube
still-
don't seem to want to take action. So
Yeah.
well, there's a new law come out now. These big companies, online companies like Google and Facebook and YouTube, don't stop these sort of crimes. They get fined. The big companies get fined. Yeah, that laws came out last week. So, you know, YouTube better start picking itself up.
Yeah, because you know, and that's the thing with YouTube. You know yourself. When I've struck his channel, it takes. Sometimes they just ignore your strikes. It's really annoying when you've got to constantly inform YouTube.
You just got to be patient, Betty, and you know, send.
Ridiculous, isn't it?
no, but like there's been literal death threats on that channel, and there's been times that like I've got the timestamp, I've gone through all the process to strike it, and I'm like, well, that'll be shut down quickly, and I'm like, why is this not being like shut down? So I'm just going to start taking it to the police, and they can deal with that.
Because he's got a list of them, isn't he? He's got a list now because he's got Rio and obviously making his complaint against them. So
Yeah, well, I really don't think it's funny what he's been saying about Real.
Dave Smith just messaged me, said that he's just been blocked from England's channel.
Whose channel, love?
England. I don't know what he's done.
Oh dear. They're a strange lot as well, aren't they? They're really strange.
I don't watch that channel. Don't watch.
No, I don't bother with it.
I sort of get. You know what?
Oh, look at Afghan's message. Prospect doxed pictures of Spice, a black cis, while protecting a Moroccan Arab with bleached blonde hair, and that is the truth.
Dave's in your chat now. Come on, Dave. If Wendy will let you on, come and tell us what happened. He said he didn't do anything.
Well, this is another thing. It would be good if, because Spice has gone ghost as well. It would be good if she went.
Yeah, she hasn't been the same since Lady Divine had a go at her last week.
Has she come back on? Because I've not seen her on Rio's channel.
No, she hasn't. No.
Yeah.
No, but I did actually see her in the comment section on Valley's channel.
Oh,
That's right, Sophia. Yeah, she's done that. Yeah.
but if it's true what he's saying about her, you know, and it's a criminal offence. But I don't know because there's a lot of rumours, the rumour mill. Do you know what I mean? So you just don't know. Because what I heard was that they were nudes, but I don't know.
Dave, come on.
I've put the link in there for him.
Oh, he said he'll let the ladies talk.
Oh,
Okay.
right, that's all right then. Yeah. No, I find England really weird.
It's annoying.
I actually find Dave stuff quite funny because, like, you know, he doesn't have to say hardly anything. On
Have
like,
you noticed that, Sophia? Yeah.
yeah, it's like they hate him because he's white.
Which one? Who hate him?
Like Maku, Shift Shaft, Belly.
You know
all
what it
those
is with Dave? You know what it is with Dave? Dave is really dry. He stands up like a man because I saw him stand up to them. Do you know what I mean? And they don't like that. Do you know what I mean? And he sees through their bullshit as well. Do you know what I mean? Because I remember when they were saying, telling, turn on the camera, Dave, turn on the camera. And I was like, no. He was just like, no. I'm not doing it. Do you know what I mean? And that's what they don't like. I've noticed that if a man stands up to them, they really get really annoyed because he's like, no, I'm not doing it. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
I think the other thing that they get annoyed with him for is that if you actually listen to Dave, he stays very, very one toned. He doesn't really lose it unless he's had a drink. When he
Yeah.
has a drink, he goes full Garrity. But I think that's all the pent up anger where they go on at him all the time because they never ever let him finish ever.
No.
Yeah, that's true. Because he does have a monotone voice. He does, like you said, he doesn't. I don't mean it in a disrespectful way, but he's like you said, his voice stays at one level unless he's added like a tipple, like a little drink and stuff. But I've noticed that because he's so straight and he just sort of, when they insult him, he sort of just dashes it. He just bounces it off and rebuts them, and that's what annoys them even more because they can't get to him. Because he seems.
But I don't know what he's done to upset England. He said all he said was hello, and they blocked
Well,
him.
probably because he goes on your channel, Jupiter.
Yeah, probably. Because
Yeah, like, the witch hunt against Jupiter is pathetic.
Well, what happened with this? Because this England, because he's the one that was married to the Jamaican, isn't he? That Manchester lad he's dead irritated.
Yeah.
It's all because Jupiter got Jada Franson onto his channel, and they're all jealous, and they didn't like
They're
it.
not speaking to you because of that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, basically. They say it's not. Now they want to say I'm a fake patriot and all the rest of it. I couldn't care less, to be honest.
I even heard the Jupiter's Antifa.
Yeah, they accused me of that as well. Yeah.
Oh, right. Okay.
Oh my God! So it's just because of Jada, they don't want to
Yeah.
see. But that's just been
Do
silly.
you know what it came across like? It came across, like when they was all on that panel discussing Jupiter, it came across like I was a fly on the wall in like a special business meeting. And like they were all discussing this like naughty colleague that did something wrong. It was like, Jesus, get a life.
Is Ralph speaking to you, Jupiter?
I don't know. I haven't bothered going over to find out. Because look, the sequence events with this. I had Jade on.
Yeah.
I let anybody come on to speak to her. That's what she wanted.
Yeah.
And then basically the next day, Ralph and Braden come on. Braden was singing my praises, saying that he wanted to publicise my channel and everything.
Yeah.
And then all of a sudden the phone went. And he said, I've got to go. Excuse me, Jupes, I just got to go a minute. My phone's gone. And within 2 seconds, he came back, and then Ralph turned up. And Ralph was going on, oh, yeah, praising me and this, that, and the other. 2 hours later, he's doing a live stream with everybody else on there saying how I didn't run it through them and I didn't do this and I didn't do that.
Oh, right.
God.
You
So
needed their permission. Oh, okay.
Yeah, but I'm confused because I thought Jada's meant to be like a patriot because she's a British white woman, and even though she's got a Dutch surname.
He is a patriot. It boils down. They were all happy with Jada.
It was Jupiter they weren't happy with for daring to get her on a show.
Yeah, and they were all happy with John because they realised John's got the connections now. So it was just me.
So John had the connections to get Jada on for you.
Yeah.
Yeah, I didn't ask for her to come on. John just said to me, I've got somebody that can come on your show. And I said, who? He said, Jada, would you like to have her? And I said, yeah. I'd have been foolish to say no.
Of course, and England was in the chat that night. Yeah, England was in the chat saying, Jupiter, you should let me go on first to ask questions to Jada because, I'm one of the patriots and this lot, well, they don't give a shit about you, Jupiter.
Hang on, I'm getting confused now because you can have whoever you want on your channel. It's your channel.
Exactly. Yeah.
But so England is now saying he's a patriot. He wasn't saying that before. When did he become a patriot? He's always banging on about what a Jamaican he is. He's Jamaican ex-wife. When did he become a patriot? I'm confused because
he sits with them all, and he was demanding that night that he gets let on. Oh, because they're all patriots or something.
Oh, I'm confused now. I'm confused. I didn't know this was all going on because I don't watch that channel. I don't watch those channels, so I didn't realise. Also,
yeah,
you've defied the rule of law. Their rule.
I think what it all boiled down to is it was very successful, so successful that James Godwin, outside court, mentioned that he was going to start up his own show. and he was going to do it in the format that I used.
I thought you were very. I think you allowed her to speak. You didn't really give your opinion, and she.
No.
And you had a varied amount of people. You even let that fucking jihadi in the making stats on.
Well, that's the problem, because I didn't realise straight away who it was, because he didn't come under his name and he didn't come under his duplicate either. And then by the time I realised, I was like, oh shit, what do I do? He's already talking to her.
Yeah,
So
but you don't want an echo chamber, love.
Exactly. I interjected and she said, no, it's okay, he's being polite. But they said, oh yeah, but she wouldn't know. But I actually said, this man has threatened to behead people on other channels.
Yeah, and I did hear you say that.
But they're saying, oh yeah, but she was ignorant. She didn't realise how bad Speaker's Corner was. She wasn't ignorant at all.
No.
I mean, I don't like Jada, but at the end of the day, it's your channel. You can have who the hell you want on. You can't tell people who to put on their fucking channel. If you know, it's stupid, because at the end of the day, nobody's running your channel. Nobody's paying bills, giving you a laptop and all this stuff to run it. It's silly, but like you said, it might be a little bit of jealousy, because England, that he's had that channel. How many subscribers has he got? Is it because you've taken all the attention away?
They were just out and out jealous. It was jealousy. That's how I saw it.
Yeah.
And now Prince has got the ump with me, because I dared to say, when they all were giving me the Inquisition, and I caught them, and I turned up and I clicked on them and went on there. And I said to them straight to their face, this is beginning to sound like you're all just jealous.
Why don't they just invite Jada themselves then? Why didn't they just go there and invite them onto
And, also, why did it have to be done online?
Yeah, well, because I've dared to say that, now England's upset, because how dare I say that he was jealous? It wasn't nothing to do with that.
Like, if they did have a problem, I'm sure if they reached out to you privately or like tried to message you, I'm sure like you would reply. But they had to like make a show about the situation.
England's like that, though.
To be fair, John did arrange for us to have a meeting the other day, but I missed the calls, and since then I've not heard anything. As far as I'm concerned, I'm still on the right. I'm still a patriot, and my channel's still open to anyone. But to go to somewhere where people are going to bitch about me, I can't bother with it, to be honest.
Yeah.
I'm really trying to stop giving my opinion on like politics, because what happens is people forget like you as a person, and they just like start to brand you as like left and right.
Yeah, they do.
And it's like, yeah, but I'm just like, Sophia, I don't really care to like, yeah, I have like political views and certain things, but that isn't like the end all and be all of my person.
No, of course not. No.
So they
And
threaten
that's
you.
what I was getting fed up with. And that's why I put the video out the other day saying, there's much more to my persona, and I want to discuss other things as well, because I've got no ambition to be a fucking female Tommy Robinson. There's no ambition in me to
Well,
do
of course not.
But
England is like that, though, because I remember he said to me, he's always, because he's got that ex-wife that's a black woman, he thinks he's an expert on black women. And he said to me once, yeah, that's what it's like. It's always like, because you'll listen to when he goes on Jedi's channel and go, oh, Jedi, what do you think? He's such a brown noser. And he said something to me like, and because it's what's really annoying, he's a Mancunian as well. And he went like this, Betty, you're just an attention seeker. And you get jealous over my channel. Do you know what I mean? So now I'm hearing that he's saying something similar to Jupiter. I thought, this is just about him and his little dead channel. Why don't you just build his channel?
I think it was a bit that. I think I dented their egos.
Yeah, of course you did.
Because I did something a bit different. I got a lot of people, and they were surprised that people showed up. See, they say that they don't want a lot of these people on their channels writing shit in the chat, which is fair enough. Nobody does. That's why they're heavily moderated. But they thought that if they did, in my opinion, they thought that if they did this, then people would just go onto the channel, and people didn't go onto the channel. Whereas with me, even though they understand my views, or they don't, some of them don't, some of them run wild and don't understand at all because they don't let me finish. But with me, they felt like comfortable that they could actually come on. And I think even though I'm opposing a lot of their views, I think that that's a good position to have, where other people feel that they can come on.
Well, of course it is. I mean, when I had you on here last week, yeah, Street went live one day. So I just went in there and I went, hi. And I was blocked instantly. Called this, called that. We're not jealous. We're not jealous, they were saying.
Yeah, but you know what, Jupiter, looking at your channel, because I'm looking at your channel and I'm looking at England's channel, you're hitting like 700, 500, 300 views on your panels. And, you know, he's got maybe like 100 more subscribers than you, but he's only getting about 100 views on his channel, like for one video. So that's what it's about, that you're just more successful, you're getting more views. And it's consistent as well. When you look
I think it was just a bit of a backlash, and I don't know. It's sad, but at the end of the day, the way I look at it, I wanted my channel to be able to have all walks of life on. I don't rule out having people on the left coming on at some point either and talking about themselves.
Yeah, I find it extremely boring to, like, you know, these channels that only allow one say. Like, I mean, I found Aspect's channel quite boring simply because the mods, if you had a difference of opinion, like, you'd basically not be allowed to talk or anything. And like the same thing is kind of happening with a lot of these, like, you know, channels that have kind of like banished you.
Yeah.
So I just find channels like that very boring. So I don't really like Belly, but I would sit over there, you know, happily, because.
Well, this is the other interesting thing, Sophia, right? After that, because they were also upset as well that I told the mods to stop timing people out. They didn't like it. Because I told them to go easy on people. And because Turek specifically sort of wrote to me, like he went onto a YouTube thing and sent me a YouTube message and said they've timed me out, they've blocked me. And I went and unblocked him and said, leave him, let him speak. They said I was showing Turek favouritism. Well, it wasn't that so much. It was that as much as I don't agree with all of what Turek says, I find Turek harmless. And if he want, I mean, when he come on and spoke to her, he was talking a load of old gibberish. Don't get me wrong. But I felt that he should be able to come on if he's in the people that have clicked on the link and he wants to talk to her. Why not?
Yeah,
you know,
exactly.
But I think they thought that what I should have done was be a white supremacist and put all the white people first. I think that's what they want.
No.
Yeah, but you know another thing, because Ralph's channel, I only have to say hello when you get timed out on Ralph's channel.
Yeah.
Nothing. He just says the wolf pack, and I'm just like, Ralph's never been able to come on my channel and being timed out and not being allowed to speak. That's what I don't like about Ralph's channel. It's really anti anybody. You can't even talk, and everybody's a mod on his chat room.
Yeah.
Well, they've got this thing that phase 1 was for talking, phase 2 is for doing it different and sort of like blocking out all these other people. You've probably heard this, Wendy.
Yeah.
Yeah, I see like people coming into chat, phase 2, 40. And I'm thinking, well, someone needs some fresh air. Go and like water your flowers, take a stroll to Sainsbury's.
You know, another thing, you know, this is going back to Veli's channel. This is another thing. I G-block because it's the godless channel.
Yes, Betty.
Why is it always about religion majority of the time?
Because
I don't know.
Corner can't help but revert back to religion because religion's part of their identities.
But I find it very boring.
Yeah, it does my head in when it's just because it's, and even the Jeremy, I always wait for the Friday, the Jeremy Vile show or Kyle show, whatever he calls it. But then the religious people come on, and then they don't allow you to, you know, have the verbal warfare.
Exactly.
So even if, say, because I'll think, oh yeah, I'll wait until Friday so I can bring a few insults at some of the fellas. And then the bloody religion, do you know what I mean? I swear, honestly, because he's regularly for the last couple of weeks on Veli's channel, the
Mhm.
religious hijacked that, you know, Jerry Springer experiments on Friday. It's so annoying. And they
Do you know
go
what
on.
was funny? I was on there calling out sour wine, and you know, you had like two people there. Like I think Maku was there, someone else, and like they wasn't doing anything. Maku was playing Grand Theft Auto, and then another man was on mute, right? So Jupiter came on to like defend herself, and Veli decided to boot me into the back, and I'm
Oh,
like, I had to message him. I was like, why did you boot me into the back? Like I'm talking. I'm like, there's two people on your panel that haven't said a word for the past 2 hours. This is what I
Why?
mean about the panel.
Why did he boot you into the back? Because you were having a go at.
Well, one, because Jupiter needed to get on, and because I believe I was like having a go at fine as well. But he could have kicked off Maku or the person
Yeah.
that had spoke for 2 hours. This is what I mean about this channel.
Yeah,
You
but
know,
yeah.
you can talk, but it's not. That's not really the truth.
No, because he says what annoyed me was in the beginning. He says it's not about personalities, and he was fair in the beginning, but now he always says he's not biased, but he is
He
biased.
is.
He's
Yeah.
biased to his friends, and I'm just like, this is just a joke now. It's not as good as it was when it first started, because he like insulted my mum, so I insulted him.
Well, I really enjoyed that little gossip. Oh, fucking hell. I really enjoyed that, listening to that little gossip back again with Betty and Sophia and Jupes. So I forgot just how much women can gossip, just on and on and on. But it was all true at the time. It was all very true at the time. So what I've got next is who we got on the chat then? Oh, Seven was here. Wendy Woon, one never argues with a brick. Only the truth. Yeah. Seven, you could argue when you're drunk, Seven. Believe me, you could argue with a brick. I'm sorry, you know it and I know it. Don't pretend you don't know it, because you do know it. TTFN. Ta-ta for now. Yeah. Oh, Seven. You are funny because you know it as well as I do. You could stand and have an argument with your bloody self, Seven. What you on about? Hi, Lodger. Hello, wee man. Hi, Empress. Yeah, you're quite funny, Seven. It's only the truth, sweetie. I wouldn't worry about it. No, wouldn't worry about it. No, I just want to check something. That was quite funny listening to Sophia. It's that long since I've heard Sophia. And just how funny she can be, because she's so dry in her humour, isn't she? Oh, Sophia, yeah. Oh, Seven must have gone. You in the youth, Seven. Don't be. I didn't say it to upset you. So, yeah, I'm now at the point where I play what I want and I say what I want. Because I literally don't care. So, what am I doing at the moment? Oh, yeah. Have I said hello to Lodger and Transport? Yeah, I think I did. Yeah, I see that Raj and I think it was Manny were live, and they're trying to get Jupiter and Veli and Babs, I think, was on there. Well, I don't need no moral arbitrator to tell me whether I'm racist or not, you know. I know I'm not. And after yesterday with EIE on Nine Ethers, and knowing how Veli defends Nine Ether all the time, and he defends that EIE, why would you want to speak to the likes of that again? I mean, you wouldn't. Why would you even want? I mean, moralistically, why would I care whether Veli thinks I'm a racist or not? I don't care. He can think what the hell he likes, because he's part of that group of Nine Ether, EIE, and the rest of them. And nothing that what got me about yesterday's debacle was the fact that nothing that EIE said actually shocked Nine Ether. It was like she'd heard it all before. Therefore, well, it was a bit pointless her commenting and, you know, saying anything, because she'd heard it all before, because that's no doubt how they speak, you know. Yeah, so that's what I took from it anyway. Nothing he said shocked her, and nothing Veli hears, because he claimed he didn't hear it. Yeah, all right then. And nothing he does hear is going to shock him neither, because that's how they literally talk when they're all together in their own little groups, being mandems and goddesses and fucking queens and princesses. I've never known so many queens and princesses and fucking kings. You know, I had a friend, right? Well, more than a friend, but I'm just going to call her a friend. And she texted me one day, this was a few years ago, and she texted me to say she had this new boyfriend, and he was African. And I'm not being funny, right? As I was reading the text, I thought, yeah, and I bet he's a fucking king or a prince, right? And sure enough, he was fucking king something from, I don't know, some country out in Africa, some place out on the continent of Africa. In fact, this is the woman who I've spoken about before. She ended up marrying, did she end up marrying? Yes, she ended up marrying this king or prince from Africa, because they're all kings or princes. And one day I parked the car up, and I got out the car, and I was just going into, where was I going? I was going to Tesco's, that was it. And she was sat on the bench, and I just walked past her. I didn't even recognize her, because she was sat there with these cornrows in her blonde hair, right? In her long blonde hair. And she like tanned herself so dark. I literally didn't recognize her. And it was only when she called my name, I looked, and I looked again. And the only reason I did recognize her was because of her little girl. Her little girl called Emily. Fucking craziness. But yeah, they're all goddesses and kings. But the Africa's full of them. Anyway, that's enough of that. Oh, so, you know, I can keep looking at the chat, right? And what I'm looking at is Seven and his huffy mood with, because for some reason the chat has stopped. Why is the chat stopped? Oh, I know why, because I've got this thing. Right. It shouldn't be like that, Seven. I've said it to you many, many times. I've said it to you on panels even. See, you can't be shocked. You really can't be. So, now see, wee man, why are you talking like that, wee man? Yeah? What was it? Wagwan. Bloop, bloop. Wagwan. What's that? As far as I'm aware, you're white, wee man. Yeah, and that's another thing. Why don't you start your little channel up again of going looking around houses? Because that used to be quite interesting, actually. I used to enjoy that. I understand that your daughter wanted to go off and do her own thing. What daughter doesn't at a certain age? But didn't mean you had to stop, really, did it? But yeah. All the princes and the kings and the queens and the goddesses. And one goddess allowed EIE to talk the way he did yesterday. And what do you know? Veli didn't hear it. Yeah, all right then, Veli. You're an out-and-out liar. As we just been reminded, Betty was right, wasn't she? Yeah, Betty was right about you, that you were nasty, because she saw that nasty side of you ages ago. And I never used to take any notice because I never really knew who you were, Veli, until you started your own stream up. Oh, and the fact that Sophia didn't like you. Yeah, that was another point. But I never understood why Sophia didn't like you. Until, of course, you went and moaned to the police because she was stood next to you. I suppose that's that's quite a good reason for someone not to like another person. When you think about it. Dear. With these excuses again. So let's have a listen, shall we?
I'm actually I'm in Spain for a few days. Now tomorrow morning I'll be releasing a video that tells you about the unfortunate and very disappointing breakup of my family and the reasons why. When I say breakup, there's nothing sinister about what's going on. It's just that we need to get my kids, my daughters and my grandkids out of the UK. So I'll be staying to fight to continue doing what I'm doing. But I want my girls out. Just today, a guy called Mohammed was charged with the R word less than 200 yards from where my daughter lives. So is there any...
What can I say about that little statement there? Well, the story sounds very familiar. I do believe there's another man who had to get out of the UK to keep his small children safe. Now, as for the story about the guy called Mohammed, well, he could have been called Brian. He could have been called Ian. He could have been called, I don't know, Stephen. He could have been called Kira. He could have been fucking called anything. The fact that he was called Mohammed is neither here nor there. That doesn't mean he was a threat to your daughter or your grandchildren. But you're building up this picture, aren't you? You're trying to build up this picture where, oh, feel sorry for me. Oh, my daughters are going to have to move because, the UK is so ugly to live in now. Not everyone has that choice, Not everyone can just say, right, that's it, we're up and we're going. But then again, not everyone wants to leave either. This is miraculous, really, when you think about it, because when you think of what others have put up with, the girls that have been groomed, they haven't been able to leave. A few of them have left and gone to a foreign country, and you can't really blame them. Others haven't. They haven't been able to. A lot of men have had to face jail time for what they believe in, for the cause, if you like, but not Paul. You see, Paul sees it differently. Paul sees it as he's Mr. Important, therefore we must all feel sorry for him, and you must keep giving him money. Now, I'd like to know where this money's going, because he never says. I don't know if you've noticed. He never says where this damn money is going. You keep throwing it at him, but he never says what it's for. He never says whether it's going to Tommy Robinson. He never says if it's what's happening with it. Or is it just going into his bank account? I don't like this individual. And the more I hear from him, the more I see him, the more I don't like him.
Wonder. No, I want them out. I've had enough. We've all had enough of the worry and the upset. So they're coming to live in Spain. Maybe one day I can follow them when we.
But Spain's not that much different, you know. I mean, they're going to have people who rape in Spain. I mean, they're going to have people who do dubious and heinous crimes in Spain. In fact, I do believe there's a lot of migrants in Spain already. So you swap in one country full of migrants for another country full of migrants. But the biggest laugh is yet to come. And I think it's in another video that he comes out with it. I don't think it's in this one of him walking around some, I don't know, 40, I don't know, some place in Spain. Obviously, it's a very touristy part of Spain. Yeah.
We've won our country back and live my days out in the sunshine. But that's not happening for now because we got a job to do, right?
I don't think it'll be long though, Paul, before you do go off to sunnier climes to live your days out in the sunshine, because I think that's been the whole thing from the beginning. I think that's been your plan from the beginning, and for whatever reason you've got yourself embroiled in with Tommy. I hope you do know that without Tommy you'd have nothing. You could never take over from what Tommy Robinson's built. I hope you know that. I don't know if Tommy knows it or not. Probably not. But yeah, you're one that he needs to keep an eye on. Definitely.
Right, let's have some more positive news. So don't forget to catch up on that video in the morning. And I'll tell you why I'm so bloody angry. The big news tonight, the good news, is Tommy's been in touch.
Oh, great.
And he's remarkably well. He's in a good place. Physically, he's really fit. He's staying fit. He's probably fitter than he's ever been. He's training every day. Mentally, he's in a good place. You know, he told me that he had this hanging over him now for a couple of years, and at least he knows where he is now. You know, he's got his sentence. He's also got his release date. I can't tell you when that is because I haven't.
Oh, why mention it then? But we already know when it is now, don't we?
Been given permission to do that, but he's got a release date, which is great. And he's in a good place. So I'm really, really, really pleased about that. That's the main thing. But the big message was tonight, what he asked me to pass on to you, was his sincere gratitude and thanks for all the letters, the emails, the cards, messages of support, which he said has kept him going. Your love has kept him going. So you can all be very proud of yourselves. Everyone that's contacted him and put themselves out and written to him, be very proud, because it's you that's kept him going. Your love has kept him sane and has made him determined to come out fitter, stronger, healthier, mentally. And
I should think the love of his family is what's kept him sane. I'm sorry, but this is all a bit too much, isn't it? Really, I mean, this is all way overboard. I'm sorry, I disagree with you. Yeah, the cards, letters, and emails or whatever will have helped, but it's the love for his children and his family that's kept that man going. You absolute cretin.
Physically than he's ever been before. And I think that's wonderful news.
Yeah.
I will put some details in the video description. So if you want to contact him, you can. But please bear in mind, he will not be able to answer you. He's only allowed a certain amount of emails and replies, etc. So please don't expect a response, but he is reading every single one of them. And as I said, it's your love and support that's kept him going. So well done to everyone. We're all doing our bit. Every single one of us is doing our bit. And thanks to Maya for releasing the video about the pledge earlier. It's vital that you sign the pledge, support the pledge. As I said, this is a team effort. Everyone is doing everything they can within their power to win our country back. And you guys are playing your role.
You know, to win our country back. Well, we haven't lost our country. We've still got our country. But you keep pushing it, don't you, that we've lost our country? And I've got to wonder why you keep pushing that. Why do you keep pushing that message? Oh, you know, I got my family's got to leave because, oh dear, I can't be dealing with it. So my girls are going to leave. Blah, blah, blah. Rubbish. Right. This has been your plan from the beginning. So here it is. Look, here we go. Let's go listen to this one. As you can see, I've listened to some of it. Couldn't listen to all of it. Was doing my fucking head in, to be quite honest. Let's listen to big detail about where his
back everyone's. So
yeah.
One of my own family members the other day said, live out the rest of your life, your retirement in peace and quiet, because sometimes you come over as being a bit bitter. A bit bitter. You know,
Paul, I'm sorry, but you spent the last few weeks making it clear that you haven't really lived in your life in the shadows, have you? You've made it clear with all the name dropping you've been doing that you like to be amongst wealthy people, stars, if you like, for celebrities or whatever you want to call them these days. That's what you enjoy. And there's no bigger celebrity, is there, than being part of all of this without you actually breaking any law. I'm not falling for this I'm so nice, Mr. Guy, nice guy, simply because obviously there's things that we know. And obviously, you know, the way you talk about yourself. I mean, you go on about people's egos. You need to look at your own ego, because the way you name drop, oh, you know, I've met Michael Jackson. I used to work for Muhammad Al-Fayyad. I used to work for all the top footballers. I've been with all the top boxers. I've this, I've that, I've the other. Is there anything you haven't done? And now, as you're getting on in years, you found this. This is a nice little money earner. I think I'll go into this now. Yeah.
You know what? Too right on better. And I'll tell you why. I feel better. Probably like a lot of you watching this video. I'll give you some examples. I'm bitter that the country, the lovely, beautiful, wonderful country and culture that I grew up in and was brought up amongst has been betrayed, has been deserted and has been lost. I'm bitter that there are places now in my own country, including my place of birth, where I can no longer travel in safety without fear. There are places now that...
But that's for all of us. Yeah, all of us feel like that. It's not just you. All of us. But I mean, do all of us think, hey, you know, we're going to get up and move away? Or do all of us think, no, we're going to stay and we're just going to see it through, because it will become right in the end? That's the faith you haven't got, Paul. That's the faith I've got and millions of others have got in this country. You haven't. I don't think you've got any faith.
We cannot visit that we used to take for granted. Just the other day, there was a murder in London, a knife attack, mental health issues. At a market where my wife and I, many years ago, when we first got married, used to visit every Sunday. It was a lovely place back then. I wouldn't go back there now if you paid me. So yeah, you're right, I am bitter. I'm bitter that our children...
Well, all these places have changed in London because the demographic has changed in London. And I guess you wouldn't have minded selling watches to a different, I don't know, to maybe the wealthy Arabs that come into London and people like that. You didn't seem to have a problem with working for another immigrant who never, ever got a British passport, by the way, called Mr. Al-Fayed. And that's because he had something to do, I'm not quite sure, but he was definitely connected to a gun-running family with a name, I think it was Kayushki or something like that. I do remember reading about that with Al-Fayed. And yeah, he may have owned Harrods, but he wasn't squeaky clean now, was he? So you don't mind that kind of immigrant. But all the others, no, it's not safe anymore for you. You couldn't possibly walk around with your family being safe. Well, you're going to cart your wife off there too, are you? To wherever it is, this glorious place that you found.
Wouldn't have been betrayed. I'm bitter that their culture has been snatched from them, stolen from them. Their right to be who they are and who they want to be has been taken away. I'm bitter that their brains are being washed at school. I'm bitter that we're now told what we can and can't say, what we can and can't think. And I'm bitter that my family's culture and my religion, our religion, is now on the bottom rung of the ladder. I'm bitter that if we...
But just think all those years that you probably spent, ignoring your religion, as you call it, and now you think that religion is the answer. Well, it's a bit too late now, isn't it? I mean, it's like Christmas. I'm not a big lover of Christmas simply because it's not celebrated for the reason it should be celebrated for. I can't go along with all the hypocrites that think it's just about presents. Yeah. I hate that bit of Christmas, but I play along with it. I'm as bad as anyone else. I play along with it for my own kids when they were little and now for the grandchildren. But I wouldn't dream of saying to my kids, hey, I think you should move to Spain. Take your kids with you because this country's not safe. Talking rubbish, man. What's the matter with you?
Complain we're called racist, fascist or Nazis. And I'm bitter that my family members, when they've needed a hospital bed, have not been able to get one. They've been left in the corridor. I'm bitter.
Yeah, like millions of others. Now, this has been going on since, before the pandemic or whatever you want to call it. It first started getting really bad around about 2018. I know it was every winter, we'd have the hospital NHS crisis would come up every winter without fail. And since the pandemic, it's all year round. So it's not just you, Mr. Thorpe. Yeah, it's not just you, Thorpe, that feels bitter about everything. We all do. But it's, we don't sit and make videos and go on and on and on about it the way you've made this video. Like, hey, we got to feel sorry for you. And, the breakup of families. What the fuck are you talking about? They're only moving to Spain. What, 2-3 hours away? I mean, please.
So that when I was a victim of violent robbery, 3 occasions, I'm bitter that the police victim blamed and did everything they could to get out of doing any work, even when presented with clear-cut evidence of who was responsible, that they ignored it.
Now, I do believe that all happened before you got in with the so-called movement. So you already had a grudge against the police over that, because obviously they didn't want to do their job because they didn't want to do any work. That's the reason you're giving. Okay, then.
And they let the criminals get away with it. Yeah, I'm bitter. I'm bitter about a lot of things that are happening in this country. But probably the biggest reason why I'm feeling bitter right now is that nothing is more precious to me than my family.
Right.
My daughters have grown up. They got children of their own. They've given me wonderful grandchildren. And this is what makes me more bitter than anything. We've always been very close. I speak to my girls every day. I speak to my grandchildren every day. I FaceTime them every day. I make sure that...
It's just fucking wonderful, isn't it? It's great. Yeah.
Everything is good in their lives every day. But for many reasons, including the fact that they no longer feel safe here in the UK, given the fact that earning a living here is now so hard, given the fact that they've got no chance of buying their own homes, given the fact that they're so disadvantaged in many ways, I'm losing both of them and all my grandchildren. Or most.
I ain't losing them. They're going 3 hours away. That's like living in Cornwall and them living in Scotland or something. And stop over egging it. Stop being so dramatic. They're going 3 hours away to Spain.
Most of my grandchildren. In January, my youngest daughter will be going to live in Spain with her partner. And shortly after, my oldest daughter will be going to Abu Dhabi with her partner.
Oh, Abu Dhabi. Let's have a look at Abu Dhabi, shall we? What kind of country is Abu Dhabi? Let's see. Abu Dhabi. Let's have a look. Hang on, I'm just trying to find it. Abu Dhabi. Where is it? It doesn't want to say Abu Dhabi. Abu Dhabi. Abu Dhabi. Where's Abu Dhabi? See if it's this one. Yes. Right, let's see. Centre of the United Emirates. Okay. Is Abu Dhabi different from Dubai? As the name suggests, the United Arab Emirates constitute 7 emirates or cities. Although Dubai is the most well-known, Abu Dhabi is the country's capital. If you plan to move to the UAE in the near future, you may have to decide between moving to Abu Dhabi or the country's commercial capital, Dubai. I mean, some silly people think Dubai is a country when it's not. Right, let's see. Which country does Abu Dhabi belong to? It belongs to the United Arab Emirates. I mean, really? Oh, look here. Abu Dhabi is the capital of the United Arab Emirates, the UAE. Can you drink in Abu Dhabi? You can buy alcohol as a non-Muslim in so-called liquor shops, similar to the rest of the world. Those shops are scattered around Abu Dhabi, and as tourists, you will need a license to buy alcohol. These shops are for non-Muslims only. Alcohol consumption in public is generally not allowed, just like in the USA. Okie dokie. So they're going to a whole different culture. Funny that, isn't it? Let's see now. Why is Abu Dhabi famous? Abu Dhabi's skyline is testament to our rich history and vibrant culture, boasting iconic landmarks such as the majestic Sheikh, whatever, I can't read that, from traditional designs of our heritage sites. Yes. So, can you have a girlfriend in Abu Dhabi? Any heterosexual couple or opposite sex people can live together in the UAE, yet it falls under some conditions such as the man or woman should not be married outside and cohabitating with each other, as this situation is seen as adultery and treason, standing in a violation of the law and will be classified as a crime. Oh, so it must be a strange law they've got over there. Can females drive in Abu Dhabi? Women have the same constitutional rights as men, but remain completely unprotected in key areas. Women can vote, drive, own property, work, and get in education. However, some of these require approval from their guardian, you know. Yeah. Is Abu Dhabi safe? Abu Dhabi has been ranked the safest city in the world for 2024. According to online database, Dubai ranked number 4 and Taiwan, is that Taiwan? Yeah, Taiwan taking second place. Doha are third. The Emirates was ranked the highest in safety, scoring 86.9. And best in crime levels with a score of 13.1. You know, let's see what else it says. Experience Abu Dhabi. So it looks like it's a. So things to know. Nationality. What is the nationality of Abu Dhabi? Abu Dhabi and the capital of Abu Dhabi, the Arab Emirates, blah, blah, blah. Oman. Oh, our army goes to Oman a lot. Doesn't really say what nationality is Abu Dhabi. The history of Abu Dhabi. Let's have a look. Modern day Abu Dhabi traces its origins to the rise of an important tribal confederation, the Benays or something, in the late 14th century. So it's definitely an Arab country. It sounds to me like it follows a lot of Islamic law. All you need to know about Abu Dhabi. Let's have a look then. Because remember, this is where his daughter's going to be safe. Atmospheric. Oh, God. Atmospheric. Go away. Back streets paint a very different picture to the first impressions of Abu Dhabi. The often slick and modern capital of the UAE presents a fascinating mixture of traditional and progression, tracing its rich history back to around 3000 BC. So it's very much an Arab country. Things to do, flights, cruises, hotels, essentials, family friendly, museums, nightclubs, blah, blah, blah. So, yeah, it's kind of the place to go. But what I don't understand is it's obviously Muslim. Sorry, but it is. It's not Christian. Is Abu Dhabi in Saudi Arabia? I mean, some of the questions. No. Right. Muslim. Is Abu Dhabi a Muslim country? The constitution states that Islam is the country's official religion. It provides freedom of worshipping as long as it does not conflict with public policy or morals. It states all persons are equal before the law and prohibits discrimination on the grounds of religious belief. Is Abu Dhabi an Islamic country? When the population of the UAE is 200 different nationalities and many faiths, Islam is the predominant religion of the UAE. Is Dubai, don't know about Dubai. Can Muslims go to Abu Dhabi? What? Are Christians allowed in the UAE? Well, of course they are. Does Abu Dhabi use Sharia law? Abu Dhabi allows non-Muslims to apply for civil law in matters of marriage, divorce, inheritance, alimony, proof of paternity and custody. Sharia's also applies in some criminal matters. Civil law provides the basis for decisions on all other matters. So his daughter then is leaving Great Britain to go live in Abu Dhabi, a Muslim country, because a bloke called Muhammad raped someone just down the road. It doesn't make sense, does it really? It doesn't add up. Stop lying, or you wouldn't be moving to a Muslim country. That just doesn't make sense. Sorry.
And two more of my grandchildren. So my family has been split up. My family has been broken up by this and previous governments who have refused to listen to us, who have denied our votes, who have ignored our safety, who have taken us for fools, who have taken us for mugs, let's be honest, and treated us so badly. So am I bitter? Too right I am. I think a lot of us have got a lot to be bitter about. Many of you watching this now will have.
Yeah, shut up. Do you know what? I hate people like him who give up. Shut up. You go live with your daughter in Abu Dhabi, in the Muslim country called Abu Dhabi. It's obviously better than living here. Hang on. So, yeah, last night's live. I think it was last night. I mean, these lot of clowns, they really are.
Unless you're, part of the clique, unless you're, one of the elite, they really don't want to touch you. Let's get it right. Reform tolerate Lee Anderson with his northern accent because it ticks a certain box for a certain demographic. But you watch what happens if Lee Anderson never puts one foot wrong. He'll be out there quick as you can say.
Stop Animal Cruelty says Alex and Nigel are best friends, unfortunately. Sick of it says, I like Alex as well. But our interview with Ben was just an attack, really disappointing. Finny the Mank met Nigel at Normandy, 6th of June, strutting around and loving it. Ego is an understatement. It's his baby, his company, his football to take home. If you ain't playing, it will destroy them.
What?
You see, for those out there that tell me to lay off reform, you need to read the messages that are coming in. This is not me making this stuff up. David Crosby, Donald Trump will dump Farage. Dave Lilly, we want Tommy and Starmer out. Both Ben for PM. Lee, thank you, Lee. Nigel, the least rotten fruit in the basket. I'll agree with that. He's the least rotten fruit in the basket. The way Alex talked to Ben was rude. Si Harris, Farage and Tice are, yeah. Rob, this country is finished. I'm to death with all of it. I'm moving back to Spain on my Jack Jones. But if you make it this week, we can have a pint together. Sharon, Ray became a member. Thank you, Sharon. And Stephen Anderson, Farage is dangerous. Wills within wills. Thank you, Pommy. Appreciate that. Another new member. Don't forget to upvote everyone if you can. So I think, look, where does how is this going to play out now, boys? What do you think? With Ben? How is it going to play out? Yeah,
I think he would. Well, he's not going to get back into reform, is he? So his choice really is to jump on with the Conservatives, which I don't think he'll do, or he sets up his own political party. I think that's highly likely.
Yeah, I think. I mean, I would like to see him. I'd like to see UKIP reach out to him and him reach out to UKIP just to have a conversation. Nothing else. There's nothing to lose in having a conversation. UKIP's in reformation mode. It's basically, come back from the dead. We've got some very good people on the NEC. All support Tommy. All support our politics. All want to see the.
Look, UKIP and Reform are never going to be in power. Can you stop it, please? Just stop it. I mean, they said earlier, I was listening to this, and they said earlier that apparently Tommy is going to be sitting with Donald Trump and that other guy. I can't remember his name. But some other guy, he's going to be sitting with Donald Trump and some other guy. Yeah. Of course he is. I don't know what planet these three have put themselves on, but they're way out there. Elon Musk, that was it. Yeah. Tommy's going to find himself sitting in the company of the President of the United States and Elon Musk. Why would Donald Trump want to do that? That's what you got to ask. He's president of the United States. He's not president of the United Kingdom. Let's get it right.
The UK succeed. So UKIP's definitely there, you know, to be looked at. And I mean, you know, if Ben came in, he'd have to come in probably as leader or joint leader or whatever. I mean, he's not going to just come in and be a member of the party, but I mean, he'd have to come in as leader, I think, or there have to be an election and see whether him or Nick wins or whatever. But it needs to be done pretty quickly, no matter what happens. And
yeah, it's happening fast. Yeah,
now
it needs to happen fast.
That might not be, so Ben might set up his own party, and then that would have a lot of gravitational pull as well. But I think again, I mean, it comes back to the pledge. That's what the pledge can help put all these pieces.
Here's the thing, though. Is the thing, though. What we don't want 3, 4, 5 centre-right parties all trying to grab the same votes. We do need unity, but I'll give Nick Tanconi credit for this. Look, I'm going to be honest with you. There are 1 or 2 question marks for me about UKIP at the moment. Nick is aware of that. I've been in a conversation with Nick. He has agreed very, very nicely and quite bravely to come on the show in the not too distant future, and he's going to be answering some very difficult questions I've got to put his way. And that will go along.
Like Richard Tice promised you the earth on a gentleman's handshake. Yes. There is no gentleman's handshake in politics, you fool. It's like he believes everything he's told. It's like, is he really that dim? No, I don't think he is. No, he's just playing the game.
A way for me to see how he reacts to those questions. And, maybe there is a future with Nick and UKIP, but I want to see how this plays out with Ben, because ultimately I think Ben has the best chance of being able to unite people. Claire Bear, thank you, Claire. Why not start a party within the movement and using the pledge to invite Ben to join? I think if we carried on with the pledge and took it around the country, we could do well. I think we could, Claire, and what we've got to do now is we've got to put our heads together.
Question. When it comes to that pledge, why do you need people's postcodes? What's that about? Why do you need people's postcodes? Because I went and had a look at the pledge, or whatever it is, name, email, and then postcode. Didn't make sense. I thought, what they want a postcode for? Yeah.
And look at the next step, which I think is a national day of action, where every single member of the pledge, their mission on that day is to go out and get another member, so that we double our membership overnight. And I'm sure that you guys will do that. Yeah. So that we just got to work out the logistics. But last week, I think the official launch was just the start. Now the hard work begins.
Well, I think it's gone extremely well, Paul. I mean, from a standing
we have got
start,
time, haven't we? We have got a bit of time to get our act together. At the end of the day, we will sit back until the last minute towards the general election, and that's when we have to decide who we're going to lend the pledge's support to. So the bigger the pledge gets, the better.
Well, maybe they won't want the pledge. I mean, they're going to lend the pledge's support to. That means you guys, whoever signed that pledge, by the way, these lot will decide who they're gonna go for. You won't decide. You signed that pledge. They're going to decide. He just said it. Yeah, who they're going to lend the pledge support to, just like they gave the support to reform. Strange. Never mind.
Better it gets.
Yeah, I want to see over 1 million. I'd love to see 10 million. I want to see over 1 million in the next.
I mean, 10 million, you win the election, mate. It's just how it is.
And it's not beyond. Listen, I ended up signing that petition because I thought, why not? But I mean, that petition got like what 2 million 100,000 or something and counting.
Yeah, I
so,
think so. I don't think it quite got to 3 million, did it?
Let's be brutally honest, right? That petition is not going to achieve anything other than giving people a morale boost and letting people. But what it's proved is that people are willing to sign up with their email address, exactly like we do with the pledge. Except the pledge will achieve something because, you know, that data from all of us that signed up, the government got that data. With the pledge, the data is held securely so that we can deploy it as a political force at the next election. And that's what this is all about. That's what people have got to realize. It's not just signing up to things you agree with. It's signing up to something that will give you real power. If you join the pledge, you are empowering yourself and you're empowering the British people. So why can't we get 10 million? You know, if they got 2 million signing that thing in a couple of days, why can't the pledge get 10 million? You know,
this for me is the message of the night, because I want to answer this one. So far, it says SC123 says it's so frustrating. Unless the right come together, none of them will win. That's the truth. The issues we face are bigger than any one person. They need to put their differences aside. Brilliant comment, and I'll give you my answer to that. Who put their differences to one side before the general election? Tommy. Who refused to put their differences to one side after the election? Nigel Farage and Reform. Who called everyone that lot?
Look, you've got to stop being petty and you've got to start realising, right, that Tommy wasn't political. He wasn't on a political arena. He wasn't no part of no political group. He wasn't running for anything. It was you. It was you that was doing the talks behind closed doors with members of Reform. It was you that convinced Tommy to say, vote Reform, wasn't it? And then, of course, they double crossed you, didn't they? They took you for a fool, a useful fool, and they double crossed you, and that's what you got. And now he's sitting saying, people, you know, sign this pledge, and then we'll decide who we're going to give the power to. It's a bit odd, isn't it, really? I don't like that.
The differences between us again. Who threw Tommy under a bus? Who's got rid of, you know, who's ostracised Ben out of Reform? So I agree. And I think that everyone is ready to come together. This is the message. This is the thing that we're trying to say. Everyone on the centre right is now ready and willing to come together, except for the 2 or 3 people that hold the keys to the biggest party that currently stands a chance of winning that next general election. If those 3 or 2 at least of those 3 weren't there, the centre right is united. That's the message.
Can I give you a scenario, right? Let's say it's UKIP, just for argument's sake, okay? Let's say Tommy joins UKIP and Jared comes back into UKIP. And I'm talking totally hypothetically, because at the end of the day, you know, I haven't spoken to Tommy about this, and I haven't spoken to Jared. And Jared, you know, last time I spoke to him, there's no intention of doing it. But let's say hypothetically, and then Ben comes into UKIP. The gravitational pull from that would be massive. It would pull thousands of people into the orbit. And obviously, you know, if Reform is still standing at the end of that, it's going to be a very, very weakened party, you know. And then, Rich,
to add to that, add the people that sign up to the pledge to that as well.
Well, exactly.
Look at a powerful party.
Already, we've got nearly. Think about it, Danny. We've already got nearly 50,000. UKIP at its height only ever had 30,000, as far as I know. So we're already bigger than UKIP.
We haven't really pushed it yet, have we?
No, we haven't. You know, I mean,
Rob. Sorry, let me just read this one out. Rob Cleverton, what other country do you know where you can move to that gives you free benefits and a bloody council property? When I first moved to Spain and bought my villa, it came out of my own pocket, no freebies.
It's very true with Spain. There is no freebies in Spain.
Yeah. My daughter's moving to Spain, and the hoops she's had to jump through and the money they've had to pay, unbelievable. Ugly boy. If Reform are not going to stick with the promises they made, they are just another bunch of lying, manipulative elite snobs. we deserve better. So I think that is, that's definitely my overriding message for any doubters out there. And thank you, Gina. Someone like, again, I'll say it again, someone who I like and respect, June, June Slater, love you, June. But look, here's the deal. The centre right is united. It's Nigel that won't unite us.
Absolutely.
And that's the
We've got loads of really good friends in Reform, loads of really good friends in UKIP, loads of really good friends in, the other smaller parties, and none, so there's just, there's a...
So they're sitting there and they're thinking they can get together some party, I don't know, UKIP, Reform, whoever, and they think they're going to be building up some great big party ready for the next election. It's all bullshit. It really is. We've been here before with many different people. Waters comes to mind. Anne-Marie Waters, Jada Franson. So many times, yes, back this, back that, back the other, and nothing ever comes of it. Tommy will get out of prison and Tommy will go on and live his life. He will not want to ever put himself in that position again. So that will leave that's going to leave you, Paul, to put yourself in that position, because I can't see Tommy wanting to do it, to be honest with you. So from this, we will go to... Community page. All right. So Helgauer says, what a spineless cretin he is, and out for the sympathy vote. Someone near someone, for fuck's sake, try living in Tommy's shoes for a while and his family. They still stay in the UK and stand up to it all. I had twice car full of Muslims turn up at my home, and the first time I went out with a baseball bat swinging from both arms and took out one. OB even had the audacity to say that they would arrest me for, assault. Plus the countless other patriots that over the course of time have stood up and been counted. We can't say that for Paul Thorpe, though, can we? He is just out for the limelight, and another one that seems to want to be with hanging off Tommy's name. Do us all a favour and go with your daughter, and go with your family, as you seem too spineless to remain in the movement and help it. Grow some balls and be a man. No. Hell, you're right in everything you say, but he'd be gone as soon as the going gets tough. He's out of here. Here she put too. I'm glad I'm not the only one that sees him for what he is. I've been let's read more. Paul Thorpe, find your balls, mate. For fuck's sake, you're embarrassing. Are you serious? You have to relocate your family as well as grandchildren because someone called Mohammed, who lives near your goddaughter, has been arrested. Although nothing will happen to you, your kids, let alone your grandchildren. For fuck's sake, get a grip. You're acting like a wet wipe. Sorry, but someone's got to say how I see it. Well, she's right. She is right. I mean, we all don't get the honour of being able to move to Abu Dhabi now, do we? And I'm telling you, it was like after the riot, so after the murder of those 3 little girls, that individual thought made the video. He's took it down now, but I clearly remember him saying he was leaving, and he suggested that we all leave. Anyone who's English, leave. And I've never forgotten that. Yeah, no, I've never forgotten what he did over that. 3 little girls get murdered, and his way of answering it was to leave the country and leave everyone to it. And so he left for 4 days, came back and pretended he went on a holiday. No, 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 no. This move that you made very public for someone that likes to stay private of your kids, I mean, well, adult children, who needed to know? Did we need to know? No, we didn't need to know. Do we care? No, we don't care. They'd been living in Spain, and they'd be living in a Muslim country called Abu Dhabi, city, sorry, called Abu Dhabi, part of the United Arab Emirates. So, you know, the guy called Mohammed, who lived, I don't know, 200 miles or 200 yards away from your daughter, she's going to meet a lot more of them, isn't she? Living in Abu Dhabi. Yeah. But I should think you'd be going out there to live there yourself soon. Because I do believe they like the old gold out there, don't they? And things like that. So, yeah, that's my opinion on Thorpe. And I agree with everything that Helga has said. For those of you that follow Paul Thorpe and insist on throwing money at him, you keep doing it. Good luck. But if you think you're ever going to see anything for it, you're not. Nothing. He's not in it for you. He's in it for himself. He's proved it time and time again. And the biggest time he proved it was just after the attack. After the attack on those little girls. Yeah, see, exactly. Wendy, he asked for donations to assist him, then changed his mind. Well, yeah, he buggered off for 4 days, didn't he? Buggered off for 4 days and then decided to come back and claim he'd gone on a little holiday to get his mind right. Yeah, I need to get my mind right. Yeah, whatever. The fact that one of the daughters is going to move to Abu Dhabi is just like, what? Yeah. I'll have a bet with you that within the next 6 months, he will have moved too. He will have gone, left, buggered off, won't care, and that'll be the last we ever hear of him. Not that I care. He's not somebody that I'm bothered about, to be quite honest. Oh, Jupiter.
You know what? I've had to unsubscribe and subscribe again.
Why?
Because I'm not getting your notifications, and I've had to do it about 3 or 4 times in the last 2 weeks.
Oh.
I wonder if they're giving preference to your members, because I'm not a member, am I? I wonder if that's what it is. Because I was about to go live, and then I thought, let me just check first. Because
like that. That's what I do. Yeah.
And then I see that you were live, and I was like, for fuck's sake, Wendy's live. So I had to stop and come over here. And then I saw in your comments people talking. I thought, what are they talking about? Finest swine. I had to go all the way back. So while you were talking, I'm jumping backwards and forwards. Yeah.
I enjoyed replaying that of me, you, Betty, and Sophia having a right old gossip and moan about everything.
Yeah. Well, it's interesting because the little bits that I see, because I haven't watched it in full because I didn't want to miss you sort of like going live and coming up. It is interesting because it goes to prove a lot of what I've been saying that they keep saying I'm lying about.
That's why, I was hunting it. I was really looking through all my videos for it. I knew it existed. And
But then I finally found it. And then what do I find? Bloody Manny's gone live. And I think, oh God, I thought I'll just let that play and like listen on the phone to but that was a waste of time. I mean, I'm not being funny, but Veli wasn't going to be giving in to nothing. He tried to make out he didn't even hear Nineetha's stream yesterday. I don't believe him. He's a liar.
Exactly. And I'm not being funny or nothing. He skipped over that by going, well, of course EIE's a racist. That's what he eventually said. Oh, are you surprised? Well, why aren't you going after his ass then? Why aren't you clearing out your own house?
Yeah, that's bad, isn't it? He tried to skip over so much and pretend to be something he's not. But what I found interesting in the beginning of the video that I was playing, Jupiter, with Sophia and Betty on it, is Betty's insistence, right back then, that Veli was a nasty individual.
Yeah.
So she'd seen it and witnessed it somewhere, you know, to what we see now. She knew. So, yeah, I found that more than interesting. Then you've got Sophia with her dry sense of humour, which is... and then, oh, yeah, at the beginning, you come on and you got your camera on, you got your bloody blonde hair, haven't you?
I know. Oh, God. Yeah, I was looking at that thinking, oh, my God, look at the state of me.
Oh, it was fine. It was just... I was looking at her, I think, nah, she looks much better with her dark hair.
I told everyone, though, I only dyed it blonde to go down to Speaker's Corner. One, because I thought I'd be incognito.
Oh, incognito.
And two, because there'd been this thing where people were saying that if you had blonde hair and blue eyes, they were attacking you down there. So I thought, right, I'm going to go and test it out. And they were right.
Yeah, yeah.
They were right. They assumed, because I had glasses on, the first thing they said to me when they realised Hector was my husband was, what, you went to marry a blonde-haired, blue eyes so you can have a blue-eyed baby. And I pulled my glasses off. I went, actually, I've got brown eyes. Yeah. And this is out of a bottle. Yeah.
Yes, it was... yeah, I did enjoy listening to that. But that Paul Thorpe, honestly, Jupiter, why people are not seeing through him, I don't know. I don't understand it. Maybe they're so desperate they just want to think.
I just think there's a lot of people. There's a lot of people that need to. They can't stand with someone. They want to stand under. I think that's the big difference between people who support Tommy and people that support all these lot and other people. Because Tommy wants you to stand with him, help him with his fight, and he'll help you with your fight, kind of thing. Because he can feel what you're feeling. Whereas those other lot, I mean, I don't know if you see his other video, the one after that. Was it that one or the one after that? Where he's actually in Spain, walking down the road in Spain.
Oh, yeah, I did that one. Yeah.
Yeah. There was something, I can't remember what it was he said now, but he referred to Tommy, and I thought, that's right, you keep chucking him under the bus.
Yeah, and then he was saying, oh, yeah, and Tommy's doing really well. Tommy this, Tommy that, Tommy the other. Oh, and Tommy, you know, the only reason he's got through all this is because of all the love that you've sent him. I'm sorry, Jupiter. The reason he's got through will be because of the love of his family. I'm sorry. He always shows how much he loves his family, Jupes. Tommy does. So I'm not having Paul Thorpe stand there going, yeah, you know, quite dismissive about his family and just going on about the emails and fucking letters and everything else that he's been getting. That probably helps, but you can guarantee his family come first.
Yeah.
Ridiculous way of behaving.
I just don't like that. Look, me and you have discussed this before, and I've had a headache off of Denterigan and Dave. They all turned up going at me. You know they did. For speaking out. But I just feel that I've been around a long time, and even when people didn't see me, I was there supporting, right? I started supporting Tommy all the way back when I first went to look why people were calling him a racist, out of curiosity.
Yeah.
And when I watched his Oxford Union speech, that was it for me. I was like, this man's not a racist. Look at all the evidence he's brought forward. And to find out that he'd got beat up in prison, they'd locked him in a room, that's disgusting, Wendy, right?
Oh, yeah, it was. Yeah.
And no one denies that that's true. They all know it's true that happened to him. I mean, anybody else would be able to get a big prison payout for that, a big financial payout for what happened to him. But because it's him, no, it's okay. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
And I was absolutely disgusted. I think that's when I first started to realise that the system doesn't always work in your favour if they've got an agenda. And I think that's mainly what is exposed. And then, of course, it led on to me understanding a bit more about the groomed girls, which absolutely disgusted me. And I was really upset that they weren't getting justice. And it's gone on past the groomed girls now. This is what a lot of other people don't seem to understand. He's actually matured and expanded.
Oh, very much. Yes.
And maybe some of the inarticulate, silly things that he said when he was a lot younger.
I don't think he'd say them again. No.
No. And, you know, that so many people want to hold him to the past and not actually see that they're behind the curve. But now people are waking up. I've watched all the podcasts he's done. You know, the ones he did before he got locked up, right? He went and did them all, didn't he, with English and everybody, right? And his maturity is beyond belief now, where before, like you said, the silly things he would come out with, but now he wouldn't do that. Yeah. But anyway, so I've watched him for years, Wendy, right? And I think that he has matured, he's refined his message, he's proven to me more than once that he's not a racist. I don't care what anyone says. Just because he made a few banterish jokes and everything else, he didn't cause anyone any loss or any harm, right? None. So as far as I'm concerned, they need to stop it. But I think the timing of this, Paul, it just annoys me because I watched the interview with that Ben Habib with Alex, right?
All right.
And that Ben Habib basically switched up when he lost his position.
Yeah.
When he didn't get voted into having representation, he has the parliament. That's when he suddenly started on the attack, right?
That's right.
Because he didn't have any power. Now, this Paul Thorpe, we all know because you showed us it, because you went back and found it. This Paul Thorpe was the one that was bending Tommy's ear to fucking endorse reform. This Paul Thorpe was the one that was running around doing all the dodgy dealing. Who the fucking hell is he? He's a dodgy watch dealer. Yeah?
Yeah.
And who does he think he's representing? Because I don't remember. Listen, I'm so much of a Tommy supporter that I turn up when Tommy ain't there. Right? In fact, I think it's more imperative. When he went to Belmarsh, I went to Belmarsh, and I can tell you the crowds outside Belmarsh weren't as big as when they thought they were all going to be meeting him and taking photos. Yeah?
Well, no, of course not. No.
Right? And I think that to try and hoodwink all of Tommy's support into following you, which is what I think Paul Thorpe is doing, to usurp him, to push him to one side and sort of like just pay sort of like lip service every now and again, just so you get your donations and everything else. I think he's caused a divide within the movement. He says he's caused unity. No, he hasn't. Tommy has. No. Tommy's caused a unity between people that are in the centre and ordinary people that could be left or right leaning, who have suddenly woke up and seen the injustice. Do you know there was lefties that were at the last rally? People on the left that went there, didn't put themselves out showing that they were there, but they went there because they supported Tommy. The only people that are not welcome there are fucking Nazis. The likes of Mark Collett. Yeah. And all these people that keep going around going, oh, you lefty, you this, you that, you. No. Tommy's uniting people from all walks of life, including black people. He had lots of black people at those marches, lots of minorities. He had Muslims there. He had a Sikh there. You know what I mean? I'm not saying they were in huge numbers, Wendy, but there were individual people there that were there and saying, no, I understand where he's coming from.
Yeah.
Right? 60 million people have now seen his Silence documentary. And let's be honest, Wendy, if I was in Tommy's shoes, I would have done exactly what he could if I had the bravery that he's got.
Well, I mean, Thorpe touched on it, but didn't go into it in the way I would have liked him to have done. He said that he'd been to see Tommy, and Tommy had said to him, oh, you know, he's been in this position for 2 years. No, what Tommy will have said is, I've had this hanging over me for 2 years. That's why I played it that day, to get it done and dusted. And then once he's done his prison sentence, Dupes, he can come out and start again. Oh,
yeah. Hold on a minute. Deborah, you're saying Tommy has not had a visit from Paul Thorpe, but I swear dead he put out a live saying he went and visited him.
Yeah, he did. Tommy has had a visit from Paul Thorpe. I don't know about Richard. I'm not 100% sure about Richard in minute all.
I'm going to double check that, whether he did or
No,
not.
Thorpe's been.
Oh, okay.
So's Maya Tusi.
Yeah, Maya Tusi has. Yeah, I know Tusi has.
Well, not unless we're wrong. I mean, if we're wrong, we're wrong. I don't really care whether he's.
No, he said that he did, but if he hasn't, then that's a big thing that he's lied about it. But I'm assuming that he has because he's actually put it out live that he has.
Now, what's going on with my Tusi at the moment? What the police are doing, you see, Jupiter. You know, I've always said, look, to be a journalist, you've got to be a member of the NUJ, the National Union of Journalists, right?
Yeah.
So to get rid of these so-called citizen journalists, because that's what people say they are, aren't they? You know, and and to get rid of people like Mayor Tusi, what the police are doing now is, if you don't have a proper press card, which has been given to you from the National Union of Journalists, right? They're not going to consider you as a journalist. So he kind of walked into that trap. Do you see what I'm saying to you? But then there must be other ways. Like he said, I mean, because I've been watching him carefully, and he said that there's other ways, you know, he can get another. He thinks there's going to be a way they can get not a union, but something, an alternative to journalism. But you can't, Jupiter. Journalism itself is you've got to go to university for 5 years for a start. That's why, you know, how can I put it to you?
But Wendy, I don't know how they would do it legally, right? And I know you've been a journalist, so you probably would know these things, right? But surely there must be a way in the court of it that you can't stop citizens from reporting on the truth, right?
No, you can't.
If it's live, and that's the difference. Mayor Tusi does a lot of his stuff live. If it was him just writing articles that were swaying the public, then I would argue, okay, they've got that in there because you could radicalize people or you could put misinformation out. But if it's live and it's being aired,
but you see, he's not impartial, Jupiter. This is what I'm trying to get across to you. So to be a journalist, you're meant to be impartial, right? Not on one side or the other. That's basically how it's meant to be.
Yeah, but so is the BBC and so is ITV.
Exactly. I completely, you know, I agree with you, right? But this is like the standard gold rule, right? You're meant to be impartial. So they spot Mayor Toosey, right? And they think, is he a journalist? Has he got a proper press pass? Would he ever be allowed into, I don't know, a press meeting of a footballer, a famous footballer or something? No, because he hasn't got the right credentials as a journalist. I suggest what Mayor Toosey does, because I've actually gone and looked, because I didn't know whether they do it or not. You can do an online journal. It takes 4 years, but you can get your degree with something called the Open University, right? Online. And by doing that, he'll get his proper press pass. Other than that, he's gonna.
Can he get a press pass while he's studying?
No, he has to get a degree. No, you can't get the proper one, love. Not until you've passed that. You've got that degree, and then you become a member of the National Union of Journalists. Yeah, there's so many laws, Jupiter, to becoming a journalist. And he does. I mean, he does. Okay, bear with me, Jupiter. He does break, right? Because I've watched him and I've gone, when you take a sharp intake of breath, I've gone, oh, you shouldn't really say. Where he made a joke. He made a joke when they were blowing, when they had those mobile phones or whatever the hell it was that was being blown up, right?
Oh, yeah.
He was doing a stream, and as a journalist, he made this joke. Now, journalists wouldn't make a joke like that, Jupiter. Are you with me? But it's Mayor Toosey, so it's natural for him to be like that. And that's what the police have picked up on, though. And that's what the police, if they do arrest him tomorrow, and I can't see them doing it, that's what they've picked up on, that he hasn't got the degree. He hasn't got the degree that you're meant to have, right? And he's not a member of the National Union of Journalists, so we can have him. He is not allowed to go and stand anywhere near that lot that like the Palestinians, the lefties. Because if you think about it, Jupiter, why he was staying away from the lefties and just staying with our side, if you like, the police left him alone. It's only since he's been getting closer and closer involved with the lefties, trying to talk to them, that the police have come down on him. And they're using this fucking thing that I knew would get used about the National Union of Journalists. And he's going to have to study and get his degree. And until then,
I think what they're going to do to him, it's only an interview at this stage. I think what they're going to do is they're going to say to him, right, we're not going to charge you, but we're going to suggest that you stay offline until we've looked into this. He'll probably get no further action, but what they'll do is...
I don't see why he should get arrested at all, to be quite honest.
Or they might charge him, but bail him and tell him to stay offline, so that if he does go and report, then he'll be breaking his conditions like Tommy did, and then they will take him in.
No, I hope they don't do that, because another way of doing it is he could go out and do his citizen journalism or his new alternative journalism, as he calls it, right? Which is a brilliant thing, right? But what he'll have to do is study, and I don't know, an hour, read up an hour, all the laws, the bylaws, and everything he needs to know, not to break the law as a journalist. You see what I'm saying, Jukes? That's all he needs to know. And I've written in front of him or whatever. So when he goes out to these places, he doesn't give the police an excuse to arrest him. Because remember, they're just standing around watching him, and they're just waiting for an excuse. So if he keeps within the law, he'd be fine. If he looks up all the laws and bylaws and everything else. But I wasn't shocked yesterday when I first heard that. Because all of these citizen journalists, why do you think they didn't take Tommy seriously, Jupiter, as a journalist?
Yeah, no, I know that. I understand what you're saying. But then people need to stop calling themselves journalists and just say that they're a concerned citizen.
Yeah, and they're recording. They're just recording. But like I said, another thing, I hope I'm sure Mayor Toosey knows this himself. If he wants to go and do that, all he has to do is read up journalistic law and what you can and can't say and the lines you can't cross and blah, blah, blah. And if he keeps within them, the police will leave him alone. They've got no choice. But I really hope that they don't do what you just said and slap a thing on him to say that he...
I think he should just try and apply to the NUJ and see what happens.
Can I be honest? I want to be honest, but I don't want you to. I do like Mayor Toosey, don't get me wrong, but they'll say no because he hasn't got a degree, Jupiter. It's all about these pieces of paper.
But didn't a load of them apply? A load of them applied just before COVID. That Graham Moore showed people how to apply.
They weren't members of the NUJ. They were running around with all these fake press passes. And once the police, because the police are dumb, once the police caught on that these press passes weren't real press passes, can you remember? They were all getting arrested.
Okay.
There's Mayor Toosey needs to just stay within the law of journalistic movement.
Yeah, just call himself a concerned citizen.
Yeah, and stay within the law. Don't cross any lines. And he can give his own opinion. It's true as he's reporting his opinion. There's no law against that. But just stay within the lines of the law. And that joke he said, you see, that crosses that line, Jupiter. Even though it was a joke, and we all know why he said it and what it was meant by it. It wasn't nothing, who cares? But he's the alternative media. I get it. I completely understand him. And there should be another thing that you can join as part of the alternative media. But then is everyone then going to be claimed to be part of the alternative media, Jupiter?
I don't know, but he can join the Free Speech Union. He can definitely do that.
Oh, he can definitely. No, if he had, I hope he's already has, to be honest. Have you read into it? Because that's a good thing to be a member of.
Yeah, especially if you're going to do what he's doing.
Yeah, he needs to get himself covered that way, one way or another. Because obviously, they're trying to target him because they're thinking, right, he's not a member of the NUJ. He's not a real journalist. He's not the sort of journalist that would be invited here or invited there. Yeah, okay. But he is this new thing called the alternative media. Do you see what I mean? So, I don't know. I just hope they do not... yes, Chris, it doesn't matter, Chris. When you're on, I don't care what Google says. When you're on the streets of this country, if you're not a member of that bloody union, you will not be classed as a bloody journalist. It's as simple as that. It's like...
See, in a way, I can understand it because that horrible DJE media that's Paul Thorpe's mod, by the way, he did things which most of the country would see as disgusting by taking pictures of filming, actually, not even taking pictures.
There you are. Yeah.
A dead body being removed from the water. I mean, that was really disrespectful what he done. And he's got a like we said, he's been done for sort of like being a bit pervy with girls at a gym and stuff. I don't understand. Right, because we proved all this to Den the other week. I don't understand why Paul Thorpe's got him as a mod.
No, I don't. It's like he knows him on a personal level, doesn't it, in some way? I don't know.
Well, it makes you wonder, doesn't it?
Yeah. I don't know. I just hope that they're just messing with Mayor Toosey and trying to rattle his cage a bit and they don't actually arrest him. I mean, arrest him for what?
Well, let's wait and see. But the next one, but it's funny how they haven't done anything to Paul Thorpe, and yet
Yeah, he you know, but you see, Paul Thorpe keeps well within the lines of the law, Jupiter, and where also you've got to remember that Mr. Thorpe doesn't mind jumping on an airplane and pissing off.
I'd go as far as to say Paul Thorpe is a plant and probably part of the establishment at the very tail end. And I don't mean he's really, really rich, but he's not poor. And I don't think that he knows loads and loads of people, but I do think he knows a few people, only slightly. And I just think it's strange that, listen to what he said in that last video. He said, oh, well, let's see if Ben Habib can go with UKIP now.
Oh.
Well, that's weird. You've brought down reform with Ben Habib. Now you're going to go and bring down UKIP.
Why doesn't he shut up about Ben Habib? I was listening to Ben Habib the other day, and what's the first thing he came out with? Oh, yeah, Brexit, and we've left Northern Ireland behind. That's all the man cares about. Jupiter, that's all he cares about.
Has he got Irish roots?
I don't know, love, but he's very passionate about Northern Ireland being left behind.
Well, I don't like to say this, right, because I don't want to divide people up. And I think I don't know enough about Ireland. I've always said this, right, and I like Irish people. I do. My first husband was Irish, and
yeah, they're funny.
I think they're lovely, warm-hearted people that you can really enjoy yourself with. But when it comes down to the politics is difficult, which is why I don't get involved with it.
No.
If you were to say to me, do you want to keep the Irish in your country? I would say it's not down to me, it's down to the Irish, right? That's how I see it, right? I'd love to have them stay with us, and I understand those that want to stay with us, we've got to defend them. But if they wanted to have a united Ireland, I can also see the reasoning for that as well, right? So that's why I stay out of it. But what I don't seem to understand is that we do seem to have an Irish influence that keeps trying to influence what's going on in mainland Britain, right? And I suppose that is because they are part of us.
Well, because they're part of Britain.
Yeah. And so they want to really influence. But they have a different perspective to the rest of the mainland because they have a different experience. And that's why it can be a little bit conflicting in the views. Do you know what I mean?
Very much so. And also, the people of Northern Ireland, all of the people of Northern Ireland have got to understand about Brexit and the power that the EU has in Ireland itself, the island of Ireland. And it used that power, Jupiter, for us to agree to a deal where, okay, Northern Ireland did kind of get left behind, but haven't, if you know what I mean. But for Ben Habib just to be constantly going on and on and on about something that's not going to affect it's just, no thanks. I don't want to go there. I'm not interested.
Well, it's like they've invested money into Ben Habib, and but Paul Thorpe especially seems to be very invested. And now, if he's not going to get in through the route through Tommy's lot or through reform, he's now going to try UKIP. And I just think that the gameplay is this: for some reason, Paul Thorpe's invested in Habib because there's some kickback for him.
Yeah, obviously,
and he wants to use Tommy's support as a leverage,
like that, just like they did, just like Farage did before the election, Jupiter.
Yes, and I think people need to be really wary of that now. And I don't know much about UKIP at the moment. I've got my eye on them because some things that they're saying does make sense to me, but I'm not sure what they would actually do if they got into power, and I'm keeping my eye on it because I don't want to go extreme. I'm not an extremist, and for obvious reasons. But if they say sensible stuff, I wouldn't want reform or Ben Habib or Paul Thorpe to ruin it for them.
No, I agree. I do agree about that. But look what Kenny's just written. Paul Thorpe, Patriot Watchers, 500 quid a pop equals opportunist.
Yeah, I mean, that's a grift, isn't it? It's a well big grift. And I don't like the way that, well, like Deborah said in the side chat, he was meant to go and meet Tommy when he was coming back from Spain, and all of a sudden he missed his flight. What was that all about?
Yeah,
He thought, because
Yeah.
he believed the hype that Tommy was going to get arrested at the airport.
Yes.
Even I knew that weren't going to happen.
I did as well. I thought there's no way they're going to do that. They leave it till the day he turns up. Because if Tommy, they didn't need to arrest him, Jukes, because why on earth was he flying back willingly to turn up on the day he was meant to turn up? Do you know what I mean? It didn't make sense. No. But Thorpe all of a sudden got this flu. Yeah. It's too ill to go.
But it's been an extraordinary few days. I'm enjoying all of it, all of the politics of it at the moment. From all that side, the game playing that I can evidently see, you can see, Hel Gower can see it. I think a lot of others can see it as well, by the way. I think a lot of people are just not coming out vocally. I think Ginger Tony has said it as well. There's a lot of people that can see it. It's just there's sheep that can't see what's really happening.
Yeah.
I think that's the main thing. But also, I'm watching the politics going on here because Danny Roscoe has done really well in calling out those radical.
Oh.
Yeah, he has though, Wendy. He has. I can't help it.
Yeah.
He has.
Oh, good. I'm glad he has.
You know, I mean, that EIE said the most disgusting things.
I've never heard hatred. No, I was disgusted with it.
But you called him out before. I'm saying to people, yeah, but Wendy has called him out before a long time ago. I remember you doing a stream on it.
Yeah.
You know.
He's awful, horrible racist that just is allowed to say exactly what he wants. And no one ever says nothing to him. No one. I mean, she said yesterday, when he was saying those things about mixed race children, and they get interfered with and they get abused. I thought, what the fuck? Who thinks like that, Jupiter? Who literally thinks like that?
Racists. You know, complete racists.
I see they've passed they voted in the House of Commons. They voted for the assisted death bill to go through.
Yeah, I'm against that.
No. I'm going to do, and not tonight because it's too late. I was trying to be in 70 places at once. I mean, I burnt me fucking dinner. The fire alarm was going off. I was trying just stop trying to do too many things at once.
Yeah, you're like me. They're going all over the place. See, that's me. I haven't got enough time at the moment. That's why you're not seeing a lot of me on here. But yeah, I agree with you, Wendy. And did you see Steve the Atheist pushing it? You see things. Yeah, at Speaker's Corner. Listen, Wendy. There are things that I see, right, that triggers thoughts in my head that other people would go, "Oh, you're a bit right." So, Steve the Atheist came out as pretending to be right. Okay,
that's right.
And then all of a sudden, he jumped left. Now, I consider, apart from people like Tony Martin and Mark Collett and their group, Patriotic Alternative, I consider the other people on the right not racist, but the extreme ones are the real racists and the Nazis, yeah?
Yeah.
But I think that the left are a lot more fanatical and are racist, and they're a lot more of what you would call the ordinary left are more fanatical than what you would call the ordinary right, right? That's how I see it now, right? Because a lot of the ordinary left moved over to the right, like to the Conservatives, and they're kind of stuck in limbo at the moment. We don't trust Labour, we don't trust Conservatives. Where do we go? We had a protest vote, you know, but in the last election, but really we know that was a mistake because what's happened. So now, where do we go? Where do we go? And we're just waiting for something, if you know what I mean.
Right.
But people like Steve, right? You'll remember this, Wendy. way back when Sisters on Cart went to that memorial that we thought was disgusting.
Do you know, I was looking at that video the other day that we did. Yeah.
Yeah, I think we should remind people.
Yeah, I think we should.
So
Yeah.
Steve, who was supposed to be on the right at the time,
Yeah.
and a Tommy supporter at the time, suddenly was best mates with all these extreme left groups.
Mm-hmm.
Was calling the police all cops are bastards. Was at a vigil shouting and screaming and hollering.
Because we heard
Right?
him. Yeah.
Now, that was disgusting because 1 minute there was an ordinary vigil, the next minute hundreds of people come walking down. It was definitely coordinated. And for him to just turn up when that happened, I thought, nah, you've got to be in the know because the press were there and everything was there. I was like, hold on a minute, this is a bit weird, right? I thought it was completely disrespectful. That was the main thing that made me feel sick. But on a political level, I looked at it and I thought, no, this is an organisation, been organised between the left and the right together, right? That's what I thought. And the only right that would have agreed to do that with the left would have been the extreme right, the real proper extreme right. That's when I started looking at him dodgy. And then he's decided he was going to run as this councillor, yeah?
Yeah.
With all his hope not hate connections that turned out to be, because me and you started saying he's a bit iffy, there's something going on here.
Yeah, I know.
And then the next thing, Tommy's got a video out saying he's hope not hate because he can prove it.
That's right, yeah.
Right? And I was like, okay, so this is the connection between the extreme right, and I'm talking about Tony Martin, PA level. They've got hope not hate agents, and they are hope not hate agents. And because the people that's been called out so far from my memory is that there's been suspicions around Mark Collett. There's been suspicions around Jada Franson. There's been suspicions around James Goddard. And there were suspicions around Laura Taylor and her husband. Who was the other one? There was another one. There's been quite a few, and all of them have been pretty extreme, right? And we know that a lot of these extremists are called in by Prevent, put on Prevent, and then they suddenly become their agents. They get offered money, they become their agents, they come back, and all of a sudden they're flying a different word. Well, if you look at Jada Franson, right, she started off like a fucking nutcase, walking down the high street, holding up a great big fucking cross, harassing people, which I thought was done in the most crass way, by the way. Even if I am against radical Islam, I'm not one of these that says that every Muslim person is evil.
Yeah,
I don't believe that. But the way that she acted, marching up and down the high street with a fucking giant cross and knocking on Muslim woman's letterbox until she lost her baby, right? That's what she did. All of a sudden, she went off to prison, then come out of prison, and then all of a sudden, there she was calling out fucking Paul Golding, conveniently with a recording that she's conveniently recorded with leading questions, and suddenly loves Islam and bigging up men of Islam, and it was quite bizarre. So that was another one that done a complete flip-flop. It's interesting to watch how the politicians are playing this, because I know you quite like Farage, right? I know you do, deep down underneath it all. But even Farage has surprised me with the way that he's starting to melt down, even though I agree with him to an extent, because you can't, I don't want to see all Muslims deported out of the country. There's other people that do. I want the radicals out.
Yeah, radicals.
Right?
Yeah.
So I kind of understand what Farage is saying when he's saying, you know, it's not all about Muslims. I kind of agree with him there, right? Because he hasn't come out and said it as plainly as that, but he's basically said, you know, he's not for, what was the word? He's not for stopping immigration completely, and he's not for chucking out 100% of migrants and all that. Well, in a way, I agree with him. I'm not for chucking out 100% of migrants. I think people that migrate here legally and people that have integrated are decent people. Why should they be chucked out? But I'm also watching how they're watering it down, how they're twisted. I've also seen Trump. Trump's coming out now saying nice things about Islam, Muslims.
Well,
And
you
I'm
see-
thinking, this is interesting.
yeah, but you got to remember they want that vote, don't they? It doesn't matter. There's always something to vote for, and they want everyone's vote. I don't know. I can't answer that. I don't know why Trump's doing that.
Yeah, so I'm watching all this, and then I'm watching rumors that Elon Musk, who's very close to Trump, part of his whatever, is going to give a load of money to Farage. All of a sudden, there's videos of Keir Starmer walking across the house to talk to
saw
Farage.
that. Yeah.
And I'm thinking, is this the extreme right in bed with the extreme left?
Well, I don't know, Jupiter. All I know is I never thought that this country would have an assisted dying fucking plan.
Well, what kind of people would have allowed that sort of thing?
Well, the Nazis in 1947. I mean, what was it? Eugenics. You know, it used to be called eugenics.
Exactly, Wendy. And this is what I was about to say. So when I see Steve, who's meant to be left, who I now see as far left with right leanings, which would be extreme right leanings because he's in bed with the far left, and all of these extremists, and he's suddenly pushing it. I'm like, oh, so that's what you are, a Nazi. And people can sit here and go, oh, Jupiter, you're being extreme. But no, the light bulbs go off. And I sit there and I think to myself, listen, I want control of our borders, right? The reason I stand with Tommy is because I think they did an injustice to him. Just like I think that they did an injustice to Assange. Not in the first instance, because while we're at war, Assange was a traitor. But once the war was over, if you are letting ISIS people into the country, then you shouldn't have had Assange locked up, right? That's my way of thinking, right? If you've got 30,000 ISIS males in this country and you're locking him up for telling the truth, that's out of order, right?
Yeah.
Now, I sit and watch a lot of these things, and the way I'm feeling right now, Keir Starmer is a fascist.
Oh, very much so.
Right? I would say, well, you know what I'm going to say, left-leaning fascist, which means that he's at the top of his game, right at the extreme, which means he's at the top of the horseshoe. Yeah?
Yeah.
If he's making dodgy deals in the background to be at the top of the horseshoe with the right that are at the top of the horseshoe, we could be in serious danger here. And I was having a conversation where I was talking to Raj today, and he was saying that he said ages ago that if you keep pushing, you're going to get the real extreme. You are going to get the extreme right, the real racists, because you've been going on at ordinary people. Well, it looks like that might just be happening.
Because I've been expecting that for a while, to be quite honest.
Yep. And to be honest, for someone like me who's in an interracial marriage, it's quite disturbing to think about, because I don't know how far they're going to go.
Well, for anyone, I think it is, because those kind of people attack anyone that do not agree with them.
Yeah. And I'm like, I don't know how far this is going to go. Having said that, what did you expect to happen? Because when I've been trying to tell people this, and you've been trying to tell them it, Wendy, Raj has been trying to tell them it, all they kept saying to us was, shut up, you're a racist. Well, now you're going to see the real racists. Yeah? Now you're going to see it. And it's fucking sad, because the stupid people like Veli, maybe that's what he wants, because he is a bit of a black supremacist. I'm sorry to say, in my opinion, he is, along with all the others that are around them. Yeah?
Yeah.
You push for this. But what I can't understand with some minorities, right?
Mm.
Like radical Islamists who are in bed with these extremists. And if you don't think they are, you don't know very much about the Green Book then, do you? That
Yeah.
Wendy, do you remember that, Wendy, when
Yeah,
we did the stream on that, right?
Yeah, I do. Yeah.
Right? So you don't really understand the connections properly. So if you think extreme Islam, extreme black supremacists, and extreme white supremacists, and Nazis who are all in bed together, right, are going to be the way forward, and because you belong to the black group or you belong to the Islamic group, you're going to be safe, you got to be kidding me. Because when it comes down to the extremists, at the end of the day, whether you like it or not, those white people are still going to come out on top.
Oh,
They're going to have you push them in, and then when they get in, they're going to get rid of all of yous.
I've had like one of my premonitions, and there's something that's going to happen. I don't know what, that is going to shove everything what you've just said forward. And I don't know what it's going to be, and that's a very frustrating thing for me.
Wendy, they're already talking about bringing in blasphemy laws.
Yeah,
for all Abrahamic faiths.
Oh yeah, they can't do it if they're going to do it for one. They got to do it for all.
No, if they do that, that means you can't criticize any religion.
Any religion. We're going to be going back in the days of Cromwell, when you could end up in jail for 30 years for saying something against Jesus Christ, kind of thing. Yeah, it's fucking ridiculous. But what's more ridiculous is that there's a sister dying, Jupiter. It's going to take, all you got to do is get two doctors and a judge. Yeah,
but that's going to be look. In the past, we had a law where it only took a doctor and one family member to get you sectioned.
Yes,
right, and that got abused. People were being put in the nut house for grief. Their husband went off to war, got blown up. People were in deep grief, didn't recover for a long time. They carted them off to the nut house.
Yeah.
All these sort of things, and it's terrible. I was talking to my family, and they were saying, because in my family there was one person that went off to the house that I knew of, relatives far back, and my mum and her elder sister was sitting here talking. They said no, there was two of them. There was two of them, and one got carted off because she sat by the fire. Right, they used to have open fires, and she had really long hair. And somehow she fell into the fire. Well, probably her hair started getting burnt, and she panicked and fell backwards. And she got severely burnt. She got severely burnt, and she never recovered from it. Right? She wouldn't she wouldn't talk to people. She become very reclusive, and they carted her off for that. Right?
PTSD, yeah, kind of. PTSD.
Yeah. Nowadays, we would understand. Oh well, she obviously is ashamed of how she now looks, and that she's conscious. But back then, they carted her off as being abnormal, and so when you've got all these things that are going on that was abused in the past, you're supposed to learn from your mistakes, not fucking do them all over again.
Well, I worry for you do get these families who, when they've got an elderly parent who's ill and is worth a lot of money, you do get these families who would rather see them done away with than help to live on. Don't you? There's so much around that.
People were going to take advantage of it, Wendy, yes.
And the sly way they fucking voted about it, they didn't make a big deal, did they? No, they just voted it all in. And we can thank fucking Esther Ranson for this one again.
Wendy, let me ask you something, and it's a personal question, you might disagree. But I bet in the deepest of your grief, right, when your partner died, at some point you probably thought to yourself, life ain't worth living, and you probably only carried on for your kids or for other
Yeah, it is.
people,
Yeah.
right? And then after a while you come out of it, etc., because it's a natural stage
All right.
of grief, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
Now, if people had caught you at that moment in time, and they were, and the you know, you got family members greedy enough,
No,
could've got-
definitely.
they could have
Yeah.
got you to fucking sign that paper,
Yeah.
and next thing you know, you're off. That's it. You're gone.
Yeah, definitely. Definitely love it. Can, you know, you get that low. But luckily, I had my kids to concentrate on, and I pulled myself out of it. But you know, you definitely get that low, and at that point, you're not in your right mind anyway. You're not thinking right. So some greedy bastard stood next to you. Oh, right, yeah, okay, we get rid of her, get her money. Do you know what I mean, Jube? So yeah, I see that point. Yeah, I do. I don't like it. I think it's a blatant, like, fingers up to the Hippocratic oath that doctors take to do no harm, Jupiter.
Yeah, well, that came up at that Steve ended up debating a doctor at Speaker's Corner today. You might want to have a look at that if you're going to talk about it on your next stream.
Oh yeah, this is good. Definitely, this is going to be the next topic on the next stream because I feel very strongly about it. Yeah,
yeah, definitely.
I never thought I'd see it in this country. Never.
It's mental. And I mean, they had that woman, didn't they, that went out into the woods and got in the death pod. And there's been a load of controversy over that.
Well,
I know, Adam. Sorry, Wendy.
It's all right.
Adam.
What's that?
Veli said earlier that he never said that he didn't want no borders or airports. Yeah, he did.
Yeah, he did.
Yeah, we all know he did. And today he proved himself to be a big liar. But that's what I'm going to do my stream about tomorrow because I've got to review it. He's a lying cunt. I've had enough of him. And all this about his brother. No, there was never a video put out about his brother being at Tommy's old address. Yes, there was. Yes, there was. I saw it. I watched it.
So did I.
So him sitting there saying that it was only the videos that he himself took. No, it wasn't. There was somebody else that went with them who actually done a little video and showed that it was Leon. Someone who obviously had the ump with Leon for something.
Yeah, yeah.
No, they put it out.
I mean, tonight, when I was flicking backwards and forwards, I could hear it and I thought, you're just lying. You're trying to cover up because you don't want to look bad. Because for some reason you're looking at Raj as a moral arbitrator of everything, when in fact, you know, he needs to look within himself, Jupiter. Yeah, because if he can't see anything wrong with what was said yesterday, because I don't believe for a minute he didn't hear it, he heard it, right? He needs to have a big long look at himself. I'm sorry, but he does.
Listen, there was loads that was said. I mean, even when Nixie, whether you like her or not, I know some people don't agree with her views, but when she turned out, he called her a white bitch.
Yeah, I know.
Fuck off, you white bitch. I was like, what?
And Anita went running over to her channel.
Oh, yeah, giving her a remix as well.
Yeah, and then remixed it, and Nixie sort of fell for it, which, you know, it's understandable until she gets to know them. Do you know what I mean? But no, I mean, when it was happening, I felt sorry for Nixie. But then fucking 90.
So did I, but did you see what Triller done to her tonight?
No.
I'm getting sick of this, Wendy, right? These people need to stop it. Triller, who's been really friendly with Nixie, and Nixie's been really friendly with him.
Yeah.
She's took away his mod.
Right.
Right. He's took away her mod.
Right.
Because she spoke to me, basically.
No.
They need to stop this, Wendy. All these people keep harassing people who talk to me. It's pathetic. What is this?
I don't know what it is, but he's another one. Yeah.
So she's upset. He said, well, it's the people that you frequent. And why are you talking to Banksy? Banksy was the other one. And this, that, and the other. I was like, I went out on the panel.
No,
I said to him,
I mean, Nixie doesn't come across as a sort of person that's going to be dictated to do something funny.
well, I went up on the panel and I said, listen, number one, me and Nixie don't agree on politics because we don't, right? No. I said, and number two, when she came on my panel yesterday, she brought up Banksy's stream. So you're saying, oh, why didn't you call Jupiter out? She brought up what she was upset about and we discussed it. I gave my point of view, she gave hers, and we left it at that for people to make up for themselves. What is your problem? You lot are so retarded.
Yeah, well, they need to stop that. It's what he's doing is blackmail. It's kind of blackmail. But I can't see her falling for that.
And because she says she likes Danny Roscoe, he's got the ump with her.
Oh, for God's sake.
Yeah. Blackmailing her. But then I see what Nynefa was doing was kind of emotionally blackmailing her as well on the down low.
Yeah, very much so. But you know, Jupiter, like us, love, people have got to learn for themselves. Do you know what I mean?
Yep. Well, it will come out in the wash because it's took 8 years for all this shit to come out with Nynefa, Lady Divine, and all of them that all sit together. And it's come out in such a big way. It will come out in the end. I can remember when I was first saying, look, listen, I react the way I react to them because they're fucking racist and I don't like it. And people telling me that I was making it up and that I was mental and they're such nice people. While me and my husband were being abused left, right and centre.
Well, yeah, I mean, that video, the stream I was playing earlier, it was all spoken about way back then. So people want to say, oh, no, it wasn't going on. It wasn't. Oh, yes, it bloody was. Because the majority of it was about that silly fucking finest wine. Lady Divine and a few others.
Yeah.
But it was all going on back then because Betty was talking about what you'd had to put up with, what Hector had to put up with. So if it didn't happen, Jupiter, why were we talking about it back then?
Exactly.
Yeah.
Wendy, I was followed from panel to panel like Ghost did with that fucking, when he grabbed onto the story, what you said, but I'm not going on about that, right? But she followed me from panel to panel, Finest Wine. Every time I was on a panel, she'd turn up to call me a slave master because I had a black husband.
Yeah, there was something seriously wrong with that woman. There really was.
You know, so of course I'm going to attack back. After a while, it goes over your head, and then at the end, you fucking, you lose it. That's why, you know, even though I don't agree with what word you used, I can understand under duress what was going on for that all-day stream on Reels. You lost your temper.
Yeah,
people do lose their temper.
It's and when the only time I've ever used it.
Yeah, when you're hurt and you're angry and you're being attacked for nothing, you do tend to reach. And my weak spot is my kids and my husband, who, by the way, happen to be melanated. These people are thick. Because wouldn't Veli's partner defend him in any way or shape or form she could? And as far as I was concerned, these people were on here day in, day out, going on about racism and being racist to my husband. And in the end, I was like, I've had enough of it. Let me turn it back on you. All I did was reply with exactly the same insult they were giving Hector.
Yeah, but nothing, I'm sorry, Jupiter, nothing you've ever said online comes close to what EIE said yesterday.
Oh, I agree. I agree, because, Wendy, if I'd be truthful, the minute I said it to hurt Maku, I was ashamed of myself. Everybody could hear it anyway. I actually got upset because I'd been having a drink, which makes you a bit emotional anyway, and makes you a bit, right? But everybody heard it. And all I got was, oh, that was just tears. No, that was all fake tears. No, it wasn't. I was ashamed of myself, which is why I apologised to everyone but Maku. And I said to Maku himself, I didn't intend it for anyone else. I will apologise to you when you apologise to Hector.
Exactly.
And he never did, so he never got it.
Anyone that can't understand that is nuts.
You know, it's disgusting the way these people go on. And they've been getting away with it under the guise of, oh, well, I'm black and I'm a victim, so I can be racist to whoever I like.
Yeah, all right then. No. What that man came out with yesterday, and she sat there, she didn't try and stop him. She didn't try to say, look, that's going a bit far or whatever. No, what she did was like, she wasn't shocked by anything he'd said because she's heard it all before, Jupiter. That's how they talk. That's how they.
Well, we know that because Divine, and she cut it off. You know, she cut it off the end of her video as well.
Oh,
so there was a video, the one that I reviewed. I've got all of it, Wendy. The one that I reviewed, yeah. She took the ending off where Divine called her out and said, I've had enough of this. You know what you need to do. You need to come down hard and tell the truth. Stick by what you say in the background and just tell him what you think of him. Just tell him what you think of the whole situation. And then Lady Divine went into one of her rants. She went, you think the same as me and you know what we think. Then she went into one of her rants, which practically told us what Nine Ether agrees with. And it weren't nice.
Wow.
Basically something along the lines of, you mixed race, they're all confused and mixed up. We don't create your problems. Go over to Jupiter and Wendy's. Go to Jupiter. She's the kind of person that you need to be talking to. Don't bring the problems here. Because he apparently when he went on, the first thing he said was, the way you lot have spoken to me and been racist to me, it has never happened on Wendy's and Jupiter's. Can you imagine that?
Oh dear. Well, we ain't been racist to him. No.
Exactly. Why would we? Listen, I can honestly say the only people that I've ever slipped up. Well, you can't say slipped up because at the time I thought it was a defense mechanism. The only time that I've said anything has been to those that were racist to me to try to make them feel what they were trying to do to us.
To hurt them. Yeah. I get that. I do get that. But yeah, she's got a lot of ground to cover that one. I don't know. I don't think she'll ever come back from what we've heard over the weekend, to be quite honest.
I think she'll style it out the way she styled it out initially. No. And I think there's enough of them that will just turn a blind eye to it.
Well, they can keep their channels to themselves then, because I'm sorry, no. For her to sit there and like act like he was talking normally, and then she agreed on some of what he was saying about mixed race people, I thought, what?
Yep. It was disgusting. All of it was disgusting. To be fair though, right, me and Nine Ether don't get on.
No,
I don't think she would be as bad if she didn't have certain radicals around her. I think look, if she's saying things in the background, saying different things out front, right, there's two things going on. Either she really is that radical and she's being clever about it, or she's not really that radical, but when she's with them, she feels henpecked into saying stuff.
Yeah, I think she's nutty because she literally thinks that Princess of Wales, Catherine, is dead, and that's an imposter.
Oh my God.
Yeah. So that just tells me that she's nuts.
Yeah.
See what I mean, Jupe? So yeah, that's the way I look at it. So she's racist, she's full of hate, and she's nuts. Because every time, you know, when me and you'd fallen out, right?
Mm-hmm.
And I'd be on bellies, I used to count in my head to 10, and the first thing she'd want to talk about would be the Princess of Wales, right? And then it would be you, and then she'd go back to the Princess of Wales again to tell me that that's not the Princess of Wales. That's an imposter.
Well, basically, that was to make you bite because she knows that you used to really like the royal family.
Yeah.
And then then the other thing is to try and get gossip because she's obsessed with me. And then she wanted to make you bite again because you didn't give her any gossip.
That's right. Yeah. No, I'd got past that. But you know, when you count to 10, I was like, how long's it going to take? 1, 2, and then I wouldn't even get to 10. It'd be, yeah. So, Catherine, and I think, oh God. That's why I got that bloody picture and stuck it up of Catherine. I thought, yeah, well, you want to go on about her that much? I'll bloody put the picture up then every time I come on. But no, she's definitely
Crazy.
She can't come back from what she just sat and allowed to happen on her.
And did you see? Oh my God, Ultra is so see-through. Did you see the subliminal way he tried to cause a divide?
You mean that day he was right? He was right.
No, today.
Oh,
today, inviting you off to thingy, thinking that I'd be bothered if you went. Why would I be bothered?
Was that what that was about? I don't know. I just thought, I'm not going there.
Yes, it's his way of trying to get at me. He goes, the other day he was somewhere and he wrote, Wendy's much better than Jupiter. I'm like, okay, that's what you think. I'm not bothered. You know what I mean? I'm not one of those people that gets worried about things like that. And popularity.
No, he didn't lose no sleep over that.
And then he was like, Jupiter, you're this, that, and the other. And then today, there he is. Yeah, we want Wendy. Wendy, why don't you come to my work there? I was like, you're so fucking stupid. How childish are you? I did think it was funny, though, because you went, it sounds lovely, Buddha, but I have to decline.
That's a rain check.
Yeah.
But again, to me, though, that was just maybe it's my naivety sometimes, you know, Jupiter. I was just like having a conversation about the fact I don't eat bloody curry. And things like that. But when thinking about it now, yeah.
He's the biggest passive aggressive going. He is. And I can see never used to. I never used to be able to see part completely through him. I used to see it some of the time, and other parts I used to think, nah, he's all right. And then I started to see it more and more. And once I saw it, I couldn't unsee it. And it's the same with Veli. When Raj is saying, oh, do you think you and Veli could ever, you know, sort this out? No, it's gone too far.
Yeah.
It's gone too far. You've been insulting all white women. He says he hasn't said anything racist. Well, he does it covertly like Nine Ether does.
That's right.
Yeah? He's been insulting all white women when he's married to a white woman. He backs up all these nutcases that say things about mixed kids when he's got mixed kids, right? It is always attacking this country, even though he's fucking living here. I just think, no, fuck off. I can't bother with you.
No, I'm not interested in him. I mean, apparently I heard him talking about he had a Sunday singing fucking thing or something. Yeah, who wants to sit and listen to that then? Who wants to sit and listen to him singing? Is he for real?
Listen, I think he's had a bit of a breakdown as well.
Yeah.
Yeah. And Deborah Hart, you're right there. I do think that our pensions, because they keep putting our pension age up and up and up, because they're hoping we're going to die before we get it.
Yeah, of course. And they don't care now. They're blatant about it. They're just blatant about everything.
Yeah. Yeah, they don't care about the old or the poor. And you can't even argue with the people that believe that there is a depopulation agenda going on, because it's beginning to look like there is.
Yeah, I completely agree, Jupiter. Yes.
You know, have as many abortions as you like. What people forget to when they go on about abortion, right? And don't get me wrong, I do think in some cases of rape and that it should be permitted, right? Mm-hmm. We've had this discussion before. But when they're pushing it like, oh, well, like sweeties, like you can use it like a contraceptive. It does make me wonder, because people who go and have an abortion, right, sometimes regret it because they find out that the abortion actually damaged them a little bit inside and they never get a chance to have another child. So continually having abortions can affect your fertility in the long run. So people never ever speak about that, really, and they should do more often. You know, so you've got them pushing, oh, you can have You can be a slag all over the place. You can get pregnant as many times as you like. You get an abortion. Then you got the assisted dying that they're trying to push through.
Oh.
You know, you just wonder, didn't you? And you put in Hi-Ho's comment up there that has really sent shivers down my spine.
Yeah, hasn't it just? Yeah, because I remember that. I remember when that happened. He just took himself off and yeah, and they did it.
Well, who's Arla Food Products? What do they produce? She's saying, don't buy Arla food products. They're Bill Gates products made from cows who are fed a toxic feed. Oh, for fuck's sake.
Oh, I don't know.
Plus they push the vaccines.
Yeah.
You know, there's loads of shit going on that I just look at as dodgy now.
I don't trust anything, to be quite honest now. You can't. You've got to question everything. You literally do need to question everything. But it's as Adam Smith, I deliberately stayed on 15 minutes longer because Adam said at 1 o'clock, in a minute, Wendy's going to say, where's my bedtime? I
better go.
But this is how fucking stubborn I am. I read it and I thought, right. So sometimes I'm my own worst enemy.
Yeah, but we all do that. I mean, that's what got me into trouble second time. Because the first time that I said the N word, it was because I got called an N lover. And I said, yeah, I'm an N lover, so what? And then people fucking said that was disgusting. Actually, it was defensive.
Yeah.
The second time is when I had that fucking idiot. Do you remember? I can't remember his name. But that Pakistani guy that used to come on, drunk out of his head on reels every night. I think it was All Star Sports or something like that.
I remember him. Yeah, I know who he is.
And he used to come on every night abusing me. And one night he come on and he went, and you're too scared to say the N word in full. I said, no, I'm not if it's in context. He went, go on then, I dare you. I said it 5. So all I said was N word, N word, N word, N word, N word. That was it.
Yeah.
Not at anyone, because the bloke himself wasn't black. And then they clipped
it. Yeah.
Yeah, and then they clipped it and made out that I was saying it to people. No, I wasn't.
Oh yeah, that's what they do, isn't it? They never any clip now. I just think but we don't know what that context was about. We don't know what happened. Do you know what I mean? I don't mind listening to things that are in full context, but now little clips. Nah.
Yeah, no, I won't do the little clips either. Adam's laughing. It weren't funny really, because that was my stubbornness. I should have known better. I suppose in a way, the older you get, do get a little bit childish. You do revert back.
Yeah. I mean, Adam's comment, so I thought, right, I will fucking punish myself here. And do you know what I mean, Jubes? Oh, because he said that. I've got to get rid of this. I don't know where I get it from. I really don't.
I don't know. There's a lot of old girls on TikTok, right, that have got dementia, and they're fucking funny, Wendy. I absolutely adore them because they're funny, not because of what they look like or anything, but just because they're sitting there and the old girls in their bed. Like, there's one old woman on there who's being looked after by her granddaughter. And sometimes the granddaughter comes in and she says to her, she says, what are you doing here? She said, I've come to visit you, Nan. And she'll go, you can fuck off. She'll go, what? She'll go, I don't like you. She'll go, Nan, what do you mean? You're fucking ugly, always have been. You know what I mean? She'll go, what do you mean? And then 5 minutes later, you're a good girl coming to see me. It's hilarious, Wendy, but it's dementia, isn't it? You know what I mean?
There are some weird things on there, though. I've seen videos of people dying, literally. I've seen.
Oh no, I don't want to watch that.
I've seen a kid in a hospital bed, and I thought, oh, what's wrong with the kid? See, you know what I mean? I want to watch it, see the kid will get better. Oh no, the kid's fucking dying, Jupiter.
Oh no, that would make me ill.
So I've come away from that and that kind of stuff. I always report that kind of stuff because I don't want to see it.
Yeah, and that brings me back to Veli. Did you hear him on Raj's tonight?
Which bit?
Oh, And it's because I'm pro Gaza. I've seen all those kids dying, this, that, and the other, watching it time after time on X. I was thinking, hold on a minute. I've not seen all that because I don't go looking for it. So, what you've been looking at? Whose feeds are you watching?
Exactly. I can honestly say I haven't seen one bit of any of that because I refuse to watch it. So why is he watching it over and over again?
And then Raj said, "Well, I know a site where they don't. It's all raw footage. You know, they don't black out anything." And he went, "What site's it called?" I was like, "You weirdo!"
Oh God.
Yeah,
Raj knows a few weird sites. Old Raj does. Yeah.
Yeah, but he said, whatchamacallit? Yeah, but Veli's just as weird. After being traumatized by all those images, he wants to know another site. I found that extremely weird. And then him saying that that's the reason why that he's disagreeing with all of us.
No.
It's like, what? You're mental. You're absolutely mental. Because right from the off, I said, I'm not getting involved, right? I'm not getting involved because I don't know enough about it, like I don't know enough about Ireland. I'm concerned about the Jewish people who live in this country, though, who are getting victimised.
Yeah.
You know, because of what's happening elsewhere. And that shouldn't be going on here.
No. Definitely not. Right, Jupiter, I am going to bed, love. And I look forward to your stream tomorrow night, darling.
All right, then. I'm going to go. Take care. Bye-bye, side chat. Bye-bye. Bye-bye.
Bye, love. Bye-bye. Good night, side chat. Good night, Adam. Yeah. And bring them home. And hi-ho. And Babs. Night, guys.